Hello. Hi. Hello. How's it going, everybody? Oh, hey, Aiden. Oh, I'm so glad you're here. I was actually getting kind of worried. I thought, wait a minute, did I get the days confused and think, oh wait, was this one of the days that you have something going on? Okay, we're good. We're good. I am relieved. But yeah, you're writing something. Feel free to post a link to it in the chat. By the way, what's it about? You're about to hop in the shower, but you've got a speaker on, so you'll still be able to listen. All right, sounds good. Sounds good. But hey, who knows? Let's be real. I'll probably be stalling like I always do. Smile. By the time I'm done, maybe you'll already be out. Also, I got some chips. So how is everybody? Can you believe how long it's been since we did one of these? It must have been a whole 24 hours. I don't know. That's an eternity. Like, can you believe it? Can you believe that I would make you suffer for 24 hours waiting for the resolution of a cliffhanger? Yeah, it's crazy. It's stupid crazy. It's so crazy that it's stupid. But we are remedying it today. You have been suffering because Listen. He put that cliffhanger in for a reason. I gotta honor it. Well, I'm starting an hour earlier today, so we might be able to get a little bit more in. I don't know if you could actually understand me through my mouthful of tortilla chips. Also, they have a hint of lime flavor, so you know I like them. Do you mind you reading your story out as I write it? It's about you're gonna sparkle Ruby in her life, and Staria is just letting you know. I see. So it sounds like fantasy. I'll have to check it out. Sorry, I only had a bowl of cereal today. Only a single bowl of cereal. And screw him too, then. I mean, hey, he wrote the thing. He wrote the thing. He's our Lord and Savior. Do we have to stare at the starting soon screen the entire stream? No, we don't. Not really. No, we do not. We do not. Let's gather around the campfire. And, sing our campfire song. Although, speaking of Nickelodeon, which is related to SpongeBob, did y'all hear the Avatar news? The new Avatar moves? Seven Havens. Yeah. It is official. It has been formally announced. So, I'm excited. I'm excited. Sorry, I was reading the synopsis a little bit. And it's like, oh my god, this almost seems scary. But hey. Let's see how long it would take me to notice, but you thought you'd mention it. No, I appreciate you mentioning it, because there have been plenty of times in the past where I didn't actually notice. So... no, if anyone sees anything weird, I appreciate it when you do say something. So thank you. Yeah, Avatar is coming back, baby! It's coming back, baby! Oh... I love this series, man. Such a good series. Okay. But okay. I think I have made you wait long enough. Let's be real. Even having you wait just for this cliffhanger resolution is already a so it's already like a bridge too far. So let's remedy this, shall we? So last time on May's Crush Final Frontier, our favorite couple went to a hot spring and absolutely nothing happened. Except that's a lie, because when they left, everything happened. They encountered one of the missing frontier brains, who's stealing the ruby that they're trying to get. And culminating in a battle with Ash and Pikachu falling to their deaths in magma. I'm giving this a really horrible synopsis, but y'all were here like just recently for this, so you already know what's up. But hey, excuse me, H&R Block. Screw you. All right. Okay. I'm trying to set things up. Okay. Maybe if I... Sorry, I'm trying to figure out the best layout for this. You know what? This should work. This should work okay, I think. All right. So yeah, that is what happened last time. So we ended on a cliffhanger with Ash and Pikachu falling towards a pool of magma. Which, in my experience, playing Minecraft is not a fun experience. You probably don't want that to happen to you. So, yeah. So they've seen better days. But now, without further ado, Chapter 8, Silver Lining. Hurry, Blaziken! May pleaded. The firefighting Pokemon continued to toss rocks from the collapse that trapped her trainer. The Blaze Pokemon grunted. She tossed another rock backwards into the inky darkness. You need help, don't you, Blaziken? My hands are still free, so... May reached for her Pokeballs. Everyone, help out! 4 additional Pokemon came to her aid. Munchlax began charging a Focus Punch to break the locks, but was stopped by Beautifly, who told the Big Eater that the broken rocks could further hurt May. Munchlax sighed, and the Nortype began to pull rocks off one by one, much like Blaziken continued. Beautifly pulled rocks off with her Strength Shot, but didn't have the strength to get the larger ones. Eevee, tunnel under these rocks and go help Ash! May ordered her evolution Pokemon. Eevee yelped back to May and began to burrow. Skitty, follow Eevee and help her! She commanded the kitten. Skitty hopped into the hole after Eevee and followed her through. Eevee popped her head up at the ensuing battle. Ash's Sceptile held Swampert to the ground, a leaf blade on his arms threatening to do additional harm. Tucker's legs stood right in front of the hole Eevee created. Looking up, she saw that Tucker was reaching for another Pokeball to toss into the battle. Just as Eevee began to prepare to pounce on Tucker, Skitty rammed her head up, launching Eevee into the air. Eevee's cries distracted Tucker, as well as the battling Pokemon. He reached into the air and snatched Eevee up by the fluff around her neck. So, who do we have here? Tucker asked the flailing Pokemon. Do you belong to that girl? Eevee tried to kick his arm with her rear legs, but her reach wasn't far enough. No, it's much too late for you to play the hero. That boy and his Pikachu are dead, and after I release Arcanine, this Sceptile will join him. And your trainer will have to become another unfortunate casualty to the situation. It pains me to do this, but I have my... The quick end of his monologue was brought about by Skitty sinking her teeth into his left boot, and consequently his leg. He kicked the kitten Pokemon aside, causing the small normal type to tumble across the ground back towards the cave-in that trapped her trainer. Skitty growled deeply and lifted her growling paw into the air. After it shone for a moment, her opposing paw began to glow as well, and she began to move them side to side rhythmically. I know what that is, Tucker said, scowling. I'll nip this in the bud. He brought his foot into Skitty, knocking the kitten off the cliff into the fiery pit below. Sceptile's jaw dropped while Skitty fell through the air. He felt the twig fall from his lips and heard it land on the ground between Swampert's legs. The forest Pokemon stomped his foot to the ground, screaming at the fallen kitten. He felt his energy shoot through his feet, materialize in huge vines that protruded from the side of the cliff. The vine snapped at Skitty, launching the Pokemon up through the air and into Tucker's face. The startled brain couldn't take advantage of this surprise, and ended up falling onto his back in shock. Eevee fell from Tucker's grasp and fled to stand alongside Sceptile. Wiping the blood from his lips, Tucker stood, and, scrambling, scooped the ruby back under his arm. Swampert, forget the battle! True tacticians know even when to escape! Swampert scrambled to his feet and leapt over to Tucker's side. Now Focus Punch through the stones and let us escape! Swampert pulled back his fists as it became enveloped in their bright white aura. As he swung his punch forward, however, 2 beams of highly concentrated energy shot through the rocks, launching Swampert across the chamber, back to where Pikachu had cornered him earlier. Reacting quickly, Tucker recalled the bewildered Pokemon, and leapt through the hole made by the beams, running past a group of Pokemon who seemed to have ducked and covered their heads. A brunette coordinator watched as the spooked man ran into the darkness. Who on earth could that have been? May thought out loud. Blaziken and Munchlax stood and moved the few loose rocks that remained after the blast. Blaziken let out a soft growl. May's leg was cut up and bleeding. The girl grit her teeth and told Blaziken to reach into her pack for a bandage. Her starter complied and began using it to wrap her leg. With some help from Munchlax, May was able to come back to her feet. She leaned on Blaziken for support and hobbled over the rubble into the magma chamber. Sceptile stood looking at his claws, a confused and amazed look in his eyes. Skitty ran up to May and leapt into the arm that wasn't using Blaziken for support and began nuzzling her trainer's chest. Eevee let out a glad sigh as she saw May stumbling forth. May, with Blaziken's help, stepped over to Sceptile. Sceptile, are you okay? The coordinator said, placing her hand on his shoulder. Sceptile looked into her eyes and then turned away. He looked over the cliff that had shattered from Swampert's earthquake, where Ash and Pikachu had stood. No, May whispered. She pulled herself off from Blaziken and limped over towards the cliff. She fell to her knees about halfway and crawled over to the edge. She finally was able to see over it, and what she saw made her grin. May, are you all right? Ash shouted from where he stood. Where he stood was a rock that seemed to be floating on the magma. Pikachu, who was on his shoulder, also called out to her when he saw her. Ash! She chuckled, tears sliding from her eyes. What are you doing down there? I'm certainly not battling Tucker like I should be, the trainer shouted back. What happened? Is he gone? Why don't we get you up and we can fill in each other's blanks, I suggested after rubbing her eyes dry. Wow. So... Heh. They're not dead! They're not dead! Wait. Yeah, they're not dead! Deus Ex Machina! Yes, indeed! Yes, indeed. Also, don't think I didn't hear that you haven't eaten all day, mister. You eat more than just a bowl of cereal in a day, my guy. I have! I'm eating chips, too. Smile. Hmm. Oh, yeah, you are right. I do need to eat more, so... Problem is that today was just extremely busy. I basically worked through lunch. Never really had a chance to... Never really had a chance to take off for lunch. And afterwards, I was just, like, so, like... fried. My brain was just so fried, I was like, I need a nap. And I did. And that's when, afterwards, I had a bowl of cereal. But listen. I do have sustenance. These chips are actually surprisingly calorie dense. 140 calories for 7 chips. 20 calories per chip. That's so easy. Yeah, I know. I do appreciate that someone's worrying about my health. But speaking of worrying about her health, let's worry about Ash and May's health after their close encounter with death, shall we? After the rocks fell, I told Eevee and Skitty to tunnel under them to go help you fight Tucker, May explained, as Ash helped her through the cave. Much lax and beautiful, I helped Blaziken take the rocks off, but it was awfully slow going. Suddenly, though, I saw some red lights light up in the distance. I recognized it as an attack, and sure enough, a few moments later, a huge hyper beam shot through the rocks over me! Ash blinked as I stepped through the cavern. That is strange. But what was the attack you saw? The one with the red light? Cinda! The echidna Pokemon squealed. Cyndaquil pointed at a large hole that appeared in the ground in front of them. It was rather wide, and they would have seen it had it been there when they entered the cave. Ash blinked again. Whoa, who made that? May tilted her head. Maybe the Pokemon that saved me? What was that attack, though? I thought it was Lock-On, May said. I remember the color. Lock-On. To make sure that the beams wouldn't hit you and only break the rocks. Someone must have powerful Pokemon looking out for us. What do you mean, us? May asked while Ash helped her around the hole. You never told me how you survived the fall into the magma. Oh, right, Ash laughed. Well, you see, as I was falling, I saw what looked like an ice beam hitting the magma below me, cooling it off enough so that I could land on the hard rocks instead of the hot magma. Pikachu was just as surprised as I was. Pikachu, he added, nodding. We were stuck down there, but we were able to see something interesting. When something knocked Skitty off from the ledge, a huge vine came out of the cliff and slapped Skitty back up.
And I think it was Septile. Septile? What kind of attack would that be? Ash's gaze narrowed. I'm betting on Frenzy Plant. May was quick to respond. The strongest grass-type move? Ash laughed. How did you know that it was the strongest? I remember you and Brock telling me about it after that contest with Jeremy. Before the Kanto Grand Festival, May said, blushing. Even though we weren't going out then, I still took your advice. You've always wanted to help me. Ash blushed back and cleared his throat. Anyway, I think since Septile thought I was a goner and saw Skitty heading for the same fate, it awakened a hidden power inside of him. I want to see if he can do it again after we get to the Pokemon Center. The couple fell silent for a bit as Cynical continued leading them through the cavern. You're never satisfied with your progress, are you, Ash? May asked him, breaking the silence. I guess not, Ash sighed. I know that even though I won the Battle Frontier, there wasn't much fanfare for it, was there? May put on a weak smile. No, I guess not. But are you really doing it for the championship and the glory and whatnot? Ash grinned back. It's not that. Winning the Battle Frontier means I'm one of the best in the world, right? Then how come there wasn't a fanfare for me? Other than you, Brock, Max, and my mom, not many people seem to be thrilled that I won. I guess what I'm trying to say is that I've been traveling for so long, and it just seems that I'll never be acknowledged as one of the best. You are one of the best, Ash! You beat the Battle Frontier and got high places in the leagues you participated in! Ash, obviously downhearted, still, responded with a weak smile of his own. Thanks for saying that, May. What about the people that beat me in those leagues? Richie, Harrison, Tyson? What about those guys? Could they have beaten the Frontier Brains as well? They did beat me. May fell silent. She wasn't sure how to answer this newly apparent self-doubt. Ash, are you alright? Nearly falling into the magma and surviving thanks to a miracle? Let me think about my journey, May. If I died back there, what would I be remembered for? For top 8 in the Hoenn League? Battle Frontier? It just seems so temporary. What if I accepted Scott's proposal to be a brain? Would I be remembered as a Frontier brain? Or would I become a crook, like what seemed to have happened to Tucker? Ash, stop talking about that! May stood on her own 2 feet. The Ash I know doesn't doubt his abilities like that. He faces every challenge in his path with all he's got, and even if he comes up short, he doesn't let that stop him. He gets right back up and tries again. You make me sound like I'm some kind of boxer or something, Ash laughed. I guess it really is unlike me to be so worried over something like that. But seeing Tucker here stealing that ruby, especially with Team Rocket in the way to slow us down, made me think. How easy is it for someone to turn their back on everything they've worked so hard on? How could a powerful trainer like a Frontier Brain end up becoming a petty thief and getting help from people like Team Rocket? May gasped. You think Tucker was being helped by Team Rocket? Well, if they weren't, then they both seem to be against us. Just doesn't seem like the brains would just turn on everything like that. And Tucker was just the first to disappear, remember? What if all the brains who've gone missing have turned to crime like that? Would any police force be able to stop them from doing what they wanted? I don't think we need to think about that now, May said, worried. We have to get our Pokemon to the Pokemon Center. I bet they're all tired after that battle. Ash sighed again. You're right, May. All I was thinking about was what could have happened with the brains when my Pokemon needed me. May smiled. You're all right, Ash. You're still just jumpy about what happened back there. We were both saved by something. Or someone, Ash pounded aloud. And yeah, dear Nuts experiences are nothing to trifle with. Yes, indeed. And as we saw, it got him to think about some things. Oh yeah, casual anime logic of Mons being able to have 5+ moves and just randomly learn things out of nowhere, even when it's not possible. SMH. Listen, D&D. They just have limited spell slots to do their stuff. You know. PP is just a form of spell slots. And no, of course they couldn't beat the match. They don't have plot armor. Also true, Aiden. You're so right. Ah. See? That's why it has to be Ash. That's why it has to be Ash to stop them, because he has plot armor and spades! No, yeah, for sure. That's natural for a near-death experience to make someone think that. That's for sure, for sure. Yep, yep. Fortunately, I've not had a whole lot of those. So, and I hope that stays that way, but, you know, anything could happen. But let's just step back a bit and let's just step back for a bit, relax a little bit, and enjoy the fact that they did get out of that scrap. Although, could you imagine if they were espers, like in Zero Escape? Like, y'all remember Zero Escape? You remember Zero Escape, Aiden? What if they were espers? What if Ash is an esper? And he jumped before actually falling into lava, and there's actually a timeline where he does fall into the lava. But he jumped to another timeline repeatedly to prevent that outcome. Okay, you know what? This is just wild mess guessing, you know? Ash is already an aura user. Does he need to be an esper on top of that? I don't think so. Though, maybe. I don't know. The plot bunnies are coming, man. I wonder if I could make an advanced shipping out of those mechanics. Ooh. Combining Pokemon with Zero Escape. Think about it. That's $1 million idea right there. They can't have a Snorlax frozen in ice. As soon as his head becomes free, he blasts Medicham in the face with Hyper Beam and wins the fight while still being 90% frozen. Well, I mean, they didn't cover his face. Just like Boomy in Avatar, you know? He could still earthbend because, you know, he could use his chin, you know? So of course they wouldn't beat the Frontier Brains. Can you tell I get irritated by Crud with a plot armor anyway? I mean, I do understand that. I do. A lot of people make fun of that. Like, there's a reason why Thunder Armor is laughed at a lot. But at the same time, he simply rolled a nat 20 on that one. And the GM was like, okay, screw it, you know what? Screw it. Screw it, I'll allow it. Just this once. You don't actually know what I am talking about with Zero Escape? You remember the 999 with Lotus? You know, your favorite lady in that game? Yeah, 999 is part of the Zero Escape series. And, yeah. And granted, it was hype AF back in the day, but, like, come on. I mean, true. Rule of cool, though. Rule of cool. Just gotta remember, rule of cool. Anything is acceptable so long as it is cool enough. Like, Gurren Lagann is built on that principle. And it's fantastic. Okay, anyway. We should probably get back to the story. Shouldn't we? But time passes. Time passes. Ooh, okay, gotcha. You didn't know that, but okay, gotcha. Yeah, she was back. Yeah, so yeah, Zero Escape. Yeah, so in Zero Escape, people who have control over the morphogenetic field like that are called collectively as like espers, which I mean, they are like, I mean, it is basically like a psychic ability, you know. So yeah. And that was the point of the Nonary game, to like cement that kind of hidden potential that, well, Junpei had in order to save Akane 9 years in the past. Okay, and you know what? I need a. This is a Pokemon stream, not a 999 stream. If I want to do more Zero Escape, I'll stream Virtue's Last Reward. But this is not Virtue's Last Reward. So, you know, back with the cartoon. Ash, May, and Pikachu stepped into the town. Unlike the hustle and bustle that they had seen earlier that day, there wasn't a soul in sight. May blinked. I wonder where everyone went. It doesn't matter, Ash said with a shrug. Maybe they're all at the beach or something. Come on, we have to get to the Pokemon Center. The couple walked back up the road quickly, or as fast as they could, with May limping slightly, saying that she was alright. Rushing towards the Pokemon Center at the top of the hill. Ash, panting, stood in front of the door to the center, but it refused to open. Grunting, he pushed the formerly automatic door to the side. They wandered into the darkened center. Much like the outside, however, the Pokemon Center seemed to be abandoned. The building was also dark. The power must have been cut off. Ash turned to her. Mate, do you remember where you found the backup generator in the Oldale Pokemon Center? She tapped her chin. Yeah, I think so. Go find it. I'm gonna go look for clues. May walked as quick as she could into the rooms behind the counter. As Ash looked around the dark room, Pikachu twitched his ears and ran towards a table in the lobby. Ash followed him and stopped right behind Pikachu, who called out to under the table. A quiet, whimpering sound was in the air, emanating from under the table. The lights to the center flipped on, causing whatever was under it to jump. Ash leaned down and looked under it at whatever was making the sound. A small pink Pokemon sat crying her eyes out. What appeared to be a ponytail fell back from her head. 3 small rows sat on her head above her eyes. Dark pink blushes sat on either sides of her face. Her small eyes clenched shut in fear. The Pokemon seemed to be in a pink skirt, her small feet pointing into the air as the Pokemon cried. What kind of Pokemon is that? Ash flipped open his Pokedex, furrowing his eyebrow. Unknown Pokemon, the Pokedex said in its automatic voice. This is a newly discovered Pokemon. It is currently under investigation. No detailed information is available at this time. Ash blinked. An unknown Pokemon? He looked at her and smiled. Hey there, little friend. Are you alright? A half-penny! Good guess, Aiden. The Pokemon rubbed her eyes and sniffed in the direction of Ash and Pikachu. She chirped to the electric mouse, who folded his arms and nodded. Pika-pee. Pikachu, Pika-pee, Pikachu, he explained. So she lost her Round Rock, huh? Ash, what happened to the network machine? May shouted as she stormed into the room. Ash stood up and looked over to the large machine, or rather the wreckage that remained. Large holes dotted the chassis all over. Upon closer inspection, all the holes had been made from the outside, with large blunt forces. The inner parts of the machine seemed to be ripped out and destroyed. What's going on, Ash? May asked. I don't know, but I don't think it's safe to stay here. The small Pokemon chirped at May. She turned and smiled. Oh, she's so cute! What kind of Pokemon is she? The Pokedex doesn't know, Ash sighed. We can't leave her here. It's too dangerous. Then we'll have to take her with us, May thought. Does that mean we gotta catch her? Ash shook his head. No, because if she belongs to someone, then it'd be wrong to catch her. We'll just take her along. If we can find where Nurse Joy and everyone in the center went, we should be able to find our new trainer, or find her trainer. May smiled, picking it up. Good thinking, Ash. The Pokemon seemed to be calmed down by May's touch. Now we just need to get to the port, Ash told her. The longer we stay here, the more likely we'll encounter whatever did this. And I don't think it'll be pretty. Oh yes, it's technically set in Gen 3, so Sinnoh and its related Pokemon aren't technically known yet. Exactly! That is exactly correct, Aiden. Exactly correct. So this is the transitionary period sort of between Gen 3 and Gen 4. Which is super cool, by the way. It's super cool that PikamasterADV made a reference to Gen 4 already, because, I mean, as we know, Pokemon is no stranger for making early bird cameos. Literally, in the sense of Season 1, Episode 1, where he showed Ho-Oh, a Gen 2 Pokemon! All the way back in Gen 1! It's crazy. Absolutely nutty. But yes, why would someone want to destroy the network machine? Yeah, thonking. Thonking emoji. I agree. What could it mean? What could it mean? Ash and May walked through the rest of the town, finding it as empty as the center was. The pink Pokemon chirped uneasily in May's arms as they walked down the street. Where did everyone go? Ash asked out loud. Where everyone go? Bingo? There's no sign of a fight or anything. It's like everyone got up and left town. May quivered. I don't like this. Let's get out of here. Ash and May went down to the port and found it predictably empty. None of the Sea Gallop ferries seemed to be in port either, and only a few small boats. Pika-Pee! Pikachu ran up to a boat that was tied to a dock. Ash and May approached it. Inside of the boat was a motorboat. The keys to the motor were missing, but other than that, the boat seemed right for the taking. Come on, get in, Ash said, leaping into the boat. May held the small pink Pokemon precariously. Ash, you can't be serious. We can't steal this boat. We can when we have to find out what happened to these people, and we've got to get to another island to find that out. How can you tell where the next island is? Ash produced the map that Scott gave him before they came to the Sevii Islands. Well, since the rest of the island is north of the port, then this way is east, which means that if we head that way, Ash said, pointing, we'll come to 2 Island. Sounds like as good a place as any, May sighed. She stepped into the boat and sat down. How are we gonna get going? Pikachu, use Thundershock on the motor, very gently, Ash told him. Pikachu sparked gently as instructed at the motor, and the engine sparked to life. May was astonished. How did you know that would work? You didn't know that engines need spark plugs? Ash joked. They chuckled at the wordplay as the boat began treading forward before them. The boat began increasing its speed as the sun was setting behind it. As the boat shot through the waters towards 2 Island, Ash and May both wondered what new experiences waited them there. Will you send me the link to your story in progress? Sounds good, Yubi. Thank you. And having Bonsly and Munchlax, true. I guess Brock and May having Bonsly and Munchlax respectively, true. All right. Next chapter. Oh boy, there are actually 2 chapters on this page. And it's set to all the way down. Or are there 3 chapters? Oh my goodness. Good lord. Chapter 9, Regrouping. How much time? May yawned. Ash squinted into the darkness ahead. Not too far, I think. You know, maybe you should have thought it through a bit more when you stole this boat, he sighed. Like, the reason that it was in port was because it didn't have much fuel? Complaining now doesn't fix anything, Ash roared back. Hey, chill, Ash, May giggled. I'm just trying to make conversation. The small Pokemon she held chirped, agreeing. Totodile croaked delightfully from the water as he made headway. After the boat had run out of fuel, Ash used a rope on the motorboat to harness Totodile so that his big jaw Pokemon could pull the boat the remaining distance to 2 Island. It had been a few hours since Ash and May left the seemingly abandoned 1 Island in their stolen vehicle. As the sun set in the distance, the small pink Pokemon they found seemed to be content to lay in May's arms. Her breathing slowed as she snoozed. The mysterious Pokemon, however, was the only clue that Ash and May had to what happened on 1 Island. Also, thank you for the follow, Eric GVS. I appreciate you. The mysterious Pokemon, however, was the only clue that Ash and May had to what happened on 1 Island while they were inside Mount Ember. The couple enjoyed the peace as Totodile pulled them closer, they hoped, to 2 Island. However, nothing stays people for very long around these 2. A small Pokemon suddenly began crying. Her scream caused Ash, May, and Pikachu to hold their ears tight. Totodile just dove under the water. May, what's wrong with her? Ash shouted, holding his ears tightly. I don't know. Do you think she's hungry? They shouted back, also holding her ears. Pikachu knew how to quell crying babies. He leapt in front of the bawling normal type and began to stretch his face into silly shapes, much like he did for the young Togepi when Missy's Pokemon was born. The pink Pokemon stopped crying and began laughing at the electric type's antics. May giggled as she and Ash let Pikachu go to work. He's gonna be an even better dad than you'll be, she said, grinning. What do you mean by that? Ash shot back, his tone sharp. The baby Pokemon, sensing the tension, began to tear up again. Pikachu, acting quickly, distracted her with another silly antic. Okay, Ash, just calm down, okay? May placed a hand on his shoulder. I know neither of us plan to get stuck on a boat in the ocean, but we might as well make the best of it, right? I guess, Ash grunted. Now, let's try to find something for this little one to eat. May pulled out her Pokéblock case. She popped out varying colors of candies and held them under the Pokemon's mouth. She took notice and popped one of the candies into her mouth, but immediately spat it out. Though discouraged, May tried another Pokéblock, and another, until all the ones she popped out had been spit out. What's wrong? Does she not like your recipes? Ash asked. I don't think that's it, May pondered. Do you remember Brock's Bonsly? I was never able to eat solid foods? Well, since she seems like a baby Pokemon as well, maybe she can't eat solid foods either? But we don't have any liquid foods, Ash sighed. We'll just have to wait until we can get to a shop and buy some. Totodile! The energetic Pokemon leapt up from the waters. Ash May turned around to see an island with a small town situated on it. The lights from the buildings were visible from the distance. Couldn't be that much further away. All right, 2 islands! May cheered. Okay, Totodile, full speed ahead! May kind of early to be talking about Ash being a dad. Okay. Listen, Aiden, it was more like a month or 2 since they started dating. It was a month or 2. And also they made comments about how like the other one would be a good parent by watching Cindy sleep. You remember? I remember. Pepperidge Farms remembers. Oh yeah, also, out of character, by the way. Still early. My boy better be careful. True, he better be. After all the confiding he did to May about how he didn't want to screw up and have her hate him, he's gonna have to watch his back. Smile. Okay, back to the story. Great job! Now return! Ash cheered, recalling Totodile. What are we gonna do about our new friend, Ash? May asked, holding her up. I don't think she's gonna be quiet for much longer, and it's so late that every shop in town is likely to be closed. I'll just take her to the Pokemon Center, Ash sighed, Pikachu resting on his shoulder. Maybe the nurse droid there can help us. Luckily for the travelers, the Pokemon Center wasn't very far from the port, lying just outside the rest of the town. Ash and May stumbled through the door into the center. Seeing as how it was in the middle of the night, Chansey stood and waited behind the counter. Chansey! Chansey! She called out, running back to find Nurse Joy. A tired Joy wandered out of the back room wearing a robe. Oh, what are you children doing up this late? It isn't healthy to stay up like this, she told them, becoming concerned. We just got into town, Ash explained, and we found this baby Pokemon. We think she got separated from her trainer, and we don't have any way to feed her. Oh dear. Joy stepped out from around the counter. She picked the pink Pokemon out from May's hands, only to have her burst into tears. Joy quickly dropped the Pokemon back into May's hands. She doesn't seem to like me very much, the Pokemon nurse sighed. I don't think she'd let me feed her at all. Then why not let me take a stab at it? A familiar voice came from the hallway. Ash and May turned their heads, and their faces turned to wide smiles. Standing in the doorway, nursing a small Bonsly, was none other than Brock. They both exclaimed his name and ran up to him. The Pokemon breeder smirked. Are you glad to see me? How did you know that we were out here? Ash asked his old traveling partner. I talked to your mother and she told me that you were going to the Sevii Islands today, Brock explained. I came to 2 Island because I figured that you would all come by here eventually. I made sure to stock up on supplies for our trip. I am invited, of course. Of course you are, May said, beaming. It's great having more people that we can rely on, especially with what happened earlier today. Brock raised one of his eyebrows. What happened earlier? Did you two get into any trouble? Also, yay. Brock's back! He's gonna mess up? I knew it! He had one job, SMH. I know, right? You can't trust people to do anything anymore. You can't rely on anyone to do anything. But yeah, Brock's back, baby! And trouble is an understatement. Oh, yes. Ashmay and Brock all sat in a room together. Ashmay sat on the bottom bunk across the room from their older friend, who nursed the small pink Pokemon with a bottle. Pikachu took a vantage point above Ash and May and made himself comfortable. So, you're saying that when you went to go get that ruby for Celio, you ran into Team Rocket and then Tucker? Brock asked, making sure not to miss a single detail. That's right, Brock, May sighed. Tucker attacked us with a Swampert, making an earthquake underground in that cave, Ash explained. We both could have died. Brock smiled in relief. Well, thankfully that's not the case. I assume that bandage around your leg, May, is from the battle. May looked back down at it. It is. Tucker's earthquake caused the entranceway I was standing in to collapse. I'm glad that some helpful Pokemon came by and saved me. What Pokemon came to save you? Brock pressed, wanting as much information that he could get. I couldn't see them, but I'm sure that there were 2. Or at least I had a way to shoot 2 Hyper Beams at the same time, May thought. Then maybe it was a Crawdont? Ash said aloud. They can shoot 2 Hyper Beams at once, because they have both those pincers. That doesn't explain the red lights. May touched her index finger to her chin. Red lights? Brock sighed. This just seems to get more confusing than ever. Right before the Hyper Beams came through, I saw some red lights light up in the cave, May explained. I'm pretty sure it was Lock-On. Lock-On? Like what Brandon's Regirock and Registeel use? Brock asked. Yeah, like that. Do you think Brandon's Pokemon were the ones that saved us? Ash asked, turning to May. Well, his Regice can use Ice Beam, said May, so maybe he was there helping us. But why would he help you if Tucker was trying to kill you? Brock pondered. I don't think he was trying to kill us, Brock, Ash said. All the time, he was trying to escape with the ruby. He eventually retreated with it, leaving us. You think he was just after the ruby, then? I'm sure of it, Ash said, clenching his fist. Someone told him to steal the ruby. The only person in charge of the Frontier Brains is Scott, though, said Brock. And having Brandon save you if all he wanted was the ruby doesn't make any sense. Ash sighed and looked at his hands. I'd be careful what we believe Scott told you to. The new battle facility, the contest, anything is suspect. This smells like a trap. We'll have to be on our guard more so than we normally are with Team Rocket. Ash grinned. That means we'll need to keep our Pokemon in top condition, right? Well, Subtile used Frenzy Plant while that battle was going on, so we have a new ace to help us. Frenzy Plant, huh? Brock rubbed his chin. Maybe we should see how well he has it. Then the breeder let out a yawn as he popped the bottle out of the small Pokemon's mouth. Maybe tomorrow. The small Pokemon fell asleep immediately after the bottle was removed. She shut her eyes, and her breathing slowed as she lay in Brock's arms. The Pokedex doesn't know what kind of Pokemon she is? Brock asked. No, I tried when I found her, Ash said. It said that she's a newly discovered Pokemon. So this little one's not in the Pokedex. You know, May spoke up, I've been thinking, why is this baby so easygoing to us? Shouldn't a baby like her be trying to run away from us? Don't we scare her? I've been thinking about that too, Brock said, placing the baby in next to him on the bunk, moving the covers to put her under them. Do you think that maybe this Pokemon belongs to the Nurse Joy of One Island, so that she was trained not to be afraid of trainers? I guess that's a possibility, Ash said. The only other way would be if it knew us, right? Oh, well, yeah. Brock tilted his head, but none of us ever seen this Pokemon before. How would it know us? You're right, Ash sighed. What if Rock said, looking at her. Someone planted her there for you to find. And as this Pokemon is a spy, and this Pokemon is a spy, or a tracking beacon, or something. That's horrible! May covered her hands with her mouth. Who would do such a thing with such a sweet Pokemon? Well, the Frontier Brains are excellent trainers, Rock said, his expression dimming. Any one of them could have trained her to spy on us. What an awful thing to do, Ash growled. They shouldn't abuse a Pokemon like that. Now, let's not jump to conclusions, Rock said, trying to calm Ash down. It could be anyone's Pokemon, really. The breeder got up and walked towards the light. We'll need to get up early tomorrow, so let's get to sleep now. He flicked off the light and returned to the bottom bunk, holding the small egg-shaped Pokemon, making sure that she would sleep through the night. Ash went to the top bunk that he and May were sitting on, with May taking the bottom. Ash sat up, looking at the roof, thinking about the harrowing adventure that he and May shared that day while he held Pikachu in his arms. He couldn't get the image of Tucker out of his mind. The trainer he met and battled for a symbol had become a common thief. What could cause someone to do that? What made Tucker... Ash? May whispered from the bladder to the top bunk. Are you still up? Yeah, he whispered back. Do you mind if I sleep with you tonight? She asked. I mean, she giggled, if Pikachu wouldn't mind. He smiled. Sure, come on up. Trainer moved to the side as May made her way up the bed, slid under the covers. You couldn't sleep either? No, she sighed. I still can't believe what happened today, she whimpered. I just want to have a nice vacation with you, Ash. I don't want any of this stuff to happen. Ash wrapped one of his arms around May, the other still holding Pikachu. No one wanted any of this to happen, May, he said, trying to calm her. I just wanted to have more Pokemon battles, not caught up in some kind of mystery. We're gonna make it though, right? May asked, moving further into Ash's arms. Everything's gonna be alright in the end, right? Ash smiled. Of course, May. As long as I'm here, I'll always make sure that everything's okay. Thanks, Ash, she sighed deeply. Hey, May? I love you. May smiled. I love you too, Ash. Now let's get some sleep. That still makes sense, because even if the Frontier Brains and Sky are the real bad guys, Brandon would give no S and do it is right. True? Possibly? Who's to say? Who's to say? Who is to say? Man, now they gotta be all lovey-dovey again, make me depressed. Listen, I'm with you in solidarity, my guy. Also, by the way, I love this song, Watery Music Box. So good. Fire Emblem Fates has a really good soundtrack. All right, Blaziken, are you ready? They stood back behind her Pokemon. Get ready to take a powerful hit! Ken! Her wrists flared up in anticipation. The dust on the ground outside the Pokemon Center blew around as the training was about to begin. Ash grinned. All right, Sceptile, let's try out Frenzy Plant, he shouted. Sceptile stomped his left foot to the ground and focused. However, nothing seemed to happen. Try it again! Sceptile stomped again, trying to create the move that saved Skitty. But nothing came. Once more! Ash cheered. Sceptile, getting angry, stomped his right foot this time. Nothing happened. Ash, discouraged, sighed. All right, Sceptile, that's enough. We'll try it again later. Sceptile wasn't about to give in, though. He stomped hard again, shouting angrily. This time, two thick vines grew from the ground. The vines grew to about Blaziken's knees, and then stopped. Sceptile, you've almost got it! Ash cheered. Sceptile fell to his left knee. Panting but smiling, he was happy with his progress. Sceptile, are you alright? Or no, blazing can give us higher relief. Glad for not having to take a powerful attack after all. Sceptile, are you alright? Ash said, running up to his Pokemon. That move must have taken a lot out of him, May said, walking up next to Blaziken. Take a break, Sceptile, Ash said, smiling, bringing the Pokemon back into his Pokeball. Was that Frenzy Plant? Nurse Joy, who had been watching the training, asked. Well, it was almost Frenzy Plant, Ash sighed. We've almost got the hang of it. There's a rumor on this island, Joy said. There's an old woman on Cape Brink who knows the secret for unlocking the most powerful grass, fire, and water moves that Pokemon can use. She lives in a single cottage on Cape Brink, away from the people who live here. Do you think she could help Sceptile? May asked Joy. I believe so, but you'll have to prove that you have what it takes before she'll help you train. Joy smiled as helpfully as possible. Brock came down on his knee. Thank you, ever beautiful Nurse Joy. I'm on the brink of proposing to you. We could have our wonderful wedding at the Cape. Pikachu, knowing that Max wasn't around to do it, stood up from his position from next to the baby Pokemon and bit Brock by the ear, pulling the breeder down to the ground. He stepped backwards slowly, dragging Brock across the ground as he whimpered about his ear. Which way is the Cape? Ash eagerly asked the Pokemon nurse. It's on the other side of town. Just follow the path and you should be able to find it. After regrouping with Brock, Ash, Pikachu on his shoulder, May, the baby Pokemon in her arms, and the breeder began heading through the town. The group began walking down the streets, or rather, the walkways. None of the paths on the island looked wide enough to accommodate automobiles. Many would-be salespeople hawked their goods to everyone passing by from under their tents. Various sparkling objects tried to capture May's interest, but Brock warned her that these people were more likely to be selling junk than anything really useful. I should know, he sighed. I was dealing with most of these guys after I got here yesterday. As Ash and his friends passed by a woman hawking her goods to people, May grabbed Brock by the ear and pulled him away from her, knowing that he would eagerly fall into her traps. The party stepped out of the town and into the forest heading up to the Cape. A few wild Pokemon saw them and darted away. Soon, they overlooked the ocean from the Cape. As the nurse said, a small cottage stood on the very tip. The building looked rather dilapidated, however. Swallowing his fear, Ash stepped up to the front door and began knocking. Yeah, I know, right? Dang it, Brock! And it is a bop of a song for real. I'm binding around. Yeah, baby! Honestly, such really good music. Such really good music, man. Chapter 10. Moving on up. May and Brock leaned over Ash's shoulder as the trainer knocked on the door. A voice from behind the door croaked out, "Open the blasted door! It's unlocked!" Taken aback from the forwardness of the elderly female voice, Ash placed his hand on the doorknob and gave it a twist. The door opened surprisingly easily. Ash and his friends stepped inside the very small building. He looked around, seeing a dusty bed lying in the corner. Amid the single-room building were tossed about maps, books, pamphlets, and many other items Ash couldn't begin to identify. Sitting in the middle of the room in a rather comfortable-looking reading chair sat an old woman. Perhaps due to her advanced age, or maybe her genetics, the woman was quite short. Her hair cascaded over her shoulders and was colored a dusty gray. She wore a white robe, with her wrinkled feet tucked inside slippers. The walls of the house seemed to be covered with old sepia-toned pictures. "Now," the woman said, smiling, several holes in her teeth, "who might you be who's come to visit me?" I'm Ash Ketchum, Ash began, stepping up into the room. "I'm a Pokemon trainer from Pallet Town, and this is my buddy, Pikachu." "Pikachu." The Pokemon bowed his head. "Pallet Town, eh?" the woman said, rubbing her chin. "That's in Kanto. What brings you so far out here to get my help?" Ash turned around, looking to May and Brock. Both of them were standing at the door, not coming inside. "Come on, guys," Ash whispered back. "If we don't make a good impression, she might not help us." "You're right," May gulped, "but this place is creepy." "Couldn't she at least have an attractive granddaughter?" Brock muttered. "Isn't that how these things usually work?" "Now, children," the lady said, stepping up next to Ash, her head about even to his chest. The woman's eyes held a strange glow. May and Brock both stepped back, cringing slightly. The baby Pokemon that May carried, however, only let out a giggle. The old woman let out a full-bellied laugh. This is what I get for not... This is what I get for not preparing stuff beforehand. The old woman let out a bellied laugh. You kids these days scare so easily, she snickered. I don't even have to try. That's not a very nice trick, Ash said, turning to her, his face in a scowl. Pika Pika! The electric type spoke up from Ash's shoulder, sharing his trainer's disposition. I'm just having fun, the woman continued to chuckle. Let an old woman get some kicks in life before she goes on to her last reward. Ash's mother had always told the boy to respect those older than himself. Ash gritted his teeth at the woman he thought could help Septile perfect his new move, but only seemed to be interested in joking around. We need your help, ma'am, Ash said, trying to act as polite as possible. My Septile is trying to learn how to do Frenzy Plant, but he can't get the hang of it just yet. The woman stopped and looked at Ash, her eyes wide. Narrowing her gaze, she peered into the boy's eyes. Ah, so you've heard the story, I take it. The woman grinned. Let's get to know each other better. She looked to the door where Ash's friend stood. All of us. The woman stepped to her chair and turned it so it faced towards the bed. As the woman placed herself back into her chair, Ash, May, and Brock all sat on her bed. First off, the woman started, tell me the rest of your names. I want to know whom I'm addressing. I'm May from Petalburg City in the Hoenn region, she said, smiling as she sat between Ash and Brock. The baby Pokemon chirped in her arms. I'm Brock, former gym leader and current Pokemon breeder from Pewter City in Kanto, the older boy spoke. The woman smiled, placing her hands in her lap, satisfied. My name is Doris. I used to be a powerful Pokemon trainer back in my heyday. How long ago was that? May whispered mischievously. The Jurassic period? I'll have you know that my hearing is still pretty sharp, she snapped at May's joke. And it was back in the day when Samuel Oak was a Pokemon trainer too. You mean you battled against the professor? Ash's jaw dropped. Of course I did, and I won too, she said, smiling, clearly proud of herself. She picked a photo album and delicately flipped it open to a certain page before handing it to May, who sat in the middle. She handed the baby Pokemon to Brock before she took the album in her hands. A tall, attractive woman with long, dark, flowing hair stood in the photo in front of a Venusaur, Charizard, and Blastoise. In her arms was a trophy that didn't seem to shine in the old sepia-toned photograph. Ash was startled. You won a Pokemon League? You were a babe once? Brock began drooling on the pink Pokemon. You were tall? May's eyes widened in fear. That's osteoporosis, May. Again, the woman's eyes seemed to glow. Unless you get your calcium, it'll probably happen to you too once you get old. While May cringed at the thought of shrinking to half her stature, Doris began explaining. Yes, I was a league champion back in my heyday, and I was also quite attractive, as your friend noticed. My trick was 3 powerful attacks. A grass attack more powerful than Solar Beam, a fire attack hotter than Fire Blast, and a water with more force than Hydro Pump. I completely overwhelmed opponents, and since I won that championship, I taught other trainers how to utilize the hidden capabilities of their Pokémon. But how did you discover those techniques? Brock asked. If no one could beat you because you had them, then no one else could have obtained them, right? She leaned back in her chair. That's half true. It's possible for any trainer to be able to use these techniques. After all, if your Sceptile almost performed the move, then it must be ready. Ash blinked at the woman's explanation. So I don't really need your help? She flashed her teeth, as well as the gaps between them. Of course, she said. However, it will take many years for you to make the attack even usable. That is, if you don't just want to trip your opponents. She followed this up with a loud laugh. However, I have spent the greater part of my life researching these moves, and I know the secrets to using them. Ash slapped his hands to his thighs. Then tell us! We need to be able to use Frenzy Plant in order to stop the Frontier Brains. Ah, so you need to stop someone. Doris closed her eyes. Why don't you tell me exactly what's going on? And so Ash closed his eyes and took a deep breath. After exhaling, he began to wax a summary of all the stuff that just happened. The encounter with Team Rocket, with Tucker, his near-death experience, the total abandonment of one island, the destruction of the network machine. And when he was all done, Pikachu added, Pika Pika, from Ash's shoulder, signifying the end of the tale. Interesting, Doris said, nodding. So you think this battle frontier has gone to petty crime? No, I'm sure there's something bigger involved. Tucker could have killed me back in Mount Ember, but he didn't. On top of that, something or someone saved us from him. Add in the fact that Team Rocket lay regarding the door, and I know that something is up. Ash filled her in. This Team Rocket you mentioned, she said, with her eyes closed as she processed the information. Who are they? Team Rocket is a group that uses Pokemon to steal and do other bad stuff, Ash continued. There's these 3 members in particular that keep on following me around to try to steal Pikachu away. I see, she said. Her eyes shot open. Come with me. Ashmay and Brock followed her outside. She turned her gaze to the cliff that overlooked her small home. Here is where we'll train. First, there are some guidelines to learning my special techniques. First, the Pokemon must have the ability Overgrow, Blaze, or Torrent. Second, it must have reached its final stage of evolution. Third, its power must be sufficient to learn the move. Fourth, the move itself is triggered by a rush of emotion. This is the reason that you can't use the technique too much. Abuse of the technique both physically and emotionally drains your Pokemon. This training will make your Pokemon unfit for battle. She turned back to Ash, May, and Brock. Now, let me see your Pokemon. Ash tossed Sceptile's Pokeball into the air. It snapped open, and Ash's forest Pokemon stood before the old woman. He casually placed the twig in his mouth and looked down his nose at her. Doris closed her eyes. Yes, I sensed it in him. He has the ability and has unlocked it himself. He just needs a little more help to fully master the skill. Her eyebrows arched up. May, do you have a Pokemon with similar properties to this one? Uh-huh, May said, blinking, holding the baby Pokemon in her arms. I guess so. Why? Let me see it. Show me your Pokemon, she ordered. May handed the baby back to Brock and took out Blaziken's Pokeball. She opened it in the palm of her hand, and her Blaze Pokemon stood proudly in front of the elderly lady. Doris nodded. This one is further behind, but I sense in her the ability to use one of my techniques, too. May blinked, looking at her starter. Really? She can use Blast Burn? The wise woman nodded. Yes, she has the power, and only needs a bit of training. Brock let out a sigh as he pulled out his Pokeball. Well, since Marshtomp isn't a Swampert, he can't learn Hydro Cannon, he sighed. Doris shrugged. Them's the breaks. Now, let's try to use the techniques. Ash stood behind Sceptile as the reptilian Pokemon assumed a battle stance. Doris stepped forward and extended a wrinkled finger towards the cliff. Do you see the dark stone amongst all the ones bleached out by the sun? Ash squinted towards the cliff. About halfway up was an oddly dark stone, amid the more lightly colored stones in the cliff face. Yeah, I see it. That's the target, Ash. Ash called Sceptile to the ready. Alright, Sceptile, try Frenzy Plant on that rock! Sceptile heaved as he slammed his foot to the ground. 2 large, thick vines shot out of it and drew straight up into the air. They grew to about Brock's height before stopping. Doris's mouth fell open. Incredible! That's much farther than I'd hoped! She began bouncing up and down like a girl much younger than she was. Try some manipulation now! Okay, Sceptile, Ash called out. Swipe at the cliff with Frenzy Plant! Sceptile grunted, and the vines began snapping at the bottom of the cliff. Loud, snapping sounds, as if made by a whip, filled the air. Unfortunately, the whips were too short to reach the target rock, only reaching the base of the cliff. It's a great effort, the tutor noted. However, there's something about the placement of the vines. Ash blinked. The placement of the vines? You see, when a Pokemon has mastered Frenzy Plant, that Pokemon can create the vines from nearly any surface, she said. Sceptile should be able to conjure vines from right under that rock and shove it out if he needed to. Sceptile, can you try to grow the vines out from the cliff? Ash asked his grass type. Sceptile grunted, and the vines that had already grown sunk back into the ground. At about Sceptile's eye level, the vines re-emerged from the cliff. They began stretching towards the dark rock. Awesome, Sceptile! May hopped up and down from behind Blaziken. You didn't even need to touch the cliff! Doris nodded. Frenzy Plant is easily the most difficult to master. Blast Burn is just energy manipulation similar to Overheat, and Hydro Cannon is just a very intense Hydro Pump. frenzy plant calls for the user to call for plant life out from where there may be none. Subtile's frenzy plant snapped at the target rock, causing it to shift slightly. Subtile let out a roar, and the vines lashed at the rock again, this time knocking it from the cliff onto the ground. The vines quickly retracted back from the cliff, and Subtile collapsed to his hands and knees. Subtile, are you okay? Ash panicked, placing his hands along his Pokemon's back. Doris nodded. He's fine, he just needs to rest. Like I said, these moves can take a bit out of you. She turned to May. Now, how would Blaziken like a try at her skill? Do you see that indentation? Try to aim the blast burn so it lands inside there. Subtile came to his feet and stepped out of the way into some cool grass. He sat down and turned his gaze to Blaziken's trial. The Blaze Pokemon stood her tall, and her trainer was confident. Blaziken! May shouted loudly. Use Blast Burn! Blaziken opened her mouth and began forming a ball of white and orange flames. The ball steadily grew until it was about the size of a Pokeball. Avian Pokemon lurched her head forward and launched the ball of searing flames. However, as it flew through the air, the ball quickly dissipated and merely puffed out when it came to contact with the cliff. Doris shook her head. Needs more practice, I'm afraid. Well, we'll just keep practicing, all right, Blaziken? Blaze! She agreed, her fists flaring up. Hey! A man called from the edge of the forest. Boy! Are you Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town? Surprised, Ash called back. Yeah, I'm Ash Ketchum. The man quickened his pace, running towards the old woman's house. He made it to the entrance path before he collapsed to his hands and knees. Oh. The man was overweight and balding. Ash was amazed that such a man could even run all this way from town. He gasped. I run the game arcade in town, he panted. My niece came to visit me. She went to the berry forest on... Ash blinked. Are you alright, sir? What was that about your niece? She came to visit me, he heaved. She went to Berry Forest this morning. Said that she'd be here by now. I'm getting worried. I don't have any Pokemon to go in the forest to find her. I don't like the sound of this, guys, Brock whispered. This sounds like a trap. You have to save my niece, he pleaded, grabbing onto Ash's sweatshirt. You're her friends! Who is your niece? May asked, stepping around from behind Ash. It's Cindy, he said. Cindy from Cerulean City. Cindy? Ashman and Brock all shouted. All right, we'll go get her, Ash said, smiling to the man, trying to unlatch him from his sweatshirt. The man cried into Ash's chest. Oh, thank you! Ash stepped back, and the man fell onto the ground. But what about the training? Doris said, stepping up. You're not just gonna leave, are you? We have to, ma'am, Ash said. Cindy's a friend of ours, so we need to go check up on her. In that case, Doris said, rubbing her chin, why not leave Subtile and Blaziken here? You'll be coming back to 2 Island anyway, right? I can train them to use the moves while you three go get your friend. Brock pulled his friends into a huddle. This is starting to sound more and more like a setup, he whispered. But if Cindy's in trouble, May whispered back, we have to go save her. But do you really want to leave Subtile and Blaziken here? Brock asked. This woman might try to steal them. I trust her, Brock, Ash told his friend. I know she won't hurt our Pokemon. Brock smiled, resigned. As long as you're sure. Just so you know, I agree with you both in the first place. They broke the huddle and turned to Doris. We'll leave Subtile and Blaziken here with you so they can train, Ash said. They turned to Cindy's uncle. Now we need to get to 3 Island in this berry forest you told us about. The man nodded and smiled. All right, just follow me. So, Unmaster Frenzy Plant is basically just Grass Knot. Oh, you know what? Good point! Ha ha ha! You're so right, Aiden. You're so right. I understand why they think the Frontier Brains are working with Team Rocket, but something tells me that's not the case. They're either working for themselves or there's another evil organization they're working for. Yeah, it's a mystery, isn't it? It really is. It really do be a mystery, don't it? I know. Okay, when I'm done with this section, I need to go fetch my drink because my throat is starting to feel it, and I don't have my water near me. which was my mistake. The man had led them back through town to the port, where he had his own boat waiting. Ash placed Pikachu back onto his shoulder as the group began boarding. May's hands held the back of her head because she had to hand the baby Pokemon to Brock for feeding time. The breeder smiled, happy to use his skills to help his friends. After they climbed into the cabin of the ship, the man, who told him that his name was Gus, turned on the ship and began pulling out of port. It wasn't 5 minutes before Sevii Island came up on the horizon. May, having nothing better to do than look out the window, blinked and then asked out loud, "Why are there 2 islands when we're going to just Sevii Island?" "Oh," Gus spoke from the wheel. "That's because Prairie Forest is on an island all to itself. The people of Sevii Island built a bridge there so they can get all the fruit that grew on the island." "I see," May said. She hopped back over to where Brock and Ash were sitting. "Oh, it's called Prairie Forest, right? I bet there'll be tons of berries I can make Pokeblock out of. We have to go get some." "We'll have plenty of time to get berries," Brock smiled, trying to calm her down. Ash, too, smiled at May. She seemed to be completely over the worry that she was in that night. Ash was happy to see her back to her old self. Seeing May smile helped him forget about all the trouble they had been through recently. She still had the bandage around her leg from the day before, but she was easily as mobile as she was before the run-in with Tucker. Things started to look up, it seemed. "Ash," May said, breaking him out of thought, "I can tell you're staring." She winked cutely at him and let out a giggle. "Ash," Brock said, leaning over, tossing his arm around the younger boy's neck, "have I ever given you some patented Brock love advice?" The group of friends all let out a laugh, glad that happier times seemed to be upon them. But it's always calmest before the storm. Also, hi, Pika! How are you doing, Pika? Oh, wait, I haven't given anyone any shoutouts. Okay, Yubi, you get a shoutout. Aiden, you get a shoutout. Pika, you get a shoutout. How are you doing, Pika? Imagine being sent to prison for felony tomfoolery. Unrelated, how much would anyone be able to post for bail? Theoretically, of course. Pika. Please tell me you're pulling my leg. You are pulling my leg, right? Also, it depends. How much is bail? How much is bail? Do they really consider you to be a flight risk? Sorry, you didn't see Pika in chat, or you'd have done that. No, it's fine, Aiden. It's fine, it's fine. Pika was just so surprised. Just surprised me so, you know? Ooh, let's see what clip this is.
Really close now, and I don't
Also, speaking of which, we need to, like, back up our clips, everyone. Because remember, Twitch confirmed that they're gonna be, like, doing stuff.
They're still doing.
They're gonna be getting rid of, like, clips and stuff, so we need to archive them right quick.
Oh my goodness. The 1v2 clip.
You did Tom pretty hard, so... Man, you get Twitch in prison, that's pretty legit. Yeah, actually, yes, that's pretty base that you get Twitch in prison. Absolutely base. So how are you doing, Pika? How's prison? How's prison going? Oh yeah, it is always calmest before the storm, huh? Alright, on that note, though, I need to go fetch my drink. I will be back in a Pokemon second. Whoa, 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 I said hypothetically! Of course, hypothetically. Yeah, how is hypothetical prison? Alright, I'll be right back. Just give me a minute. Okay, I am back, and I and some drink. Wait a sec, I've got a whole toiler to yourself. Let's go! A toiler! You're trying so hard not to fall asleep this early when you're off tomorrow. Ooh! You're off tomorrow? You know what that means, Pika? You know what that means, right, Pika? Surely you know what that means. Surely you know what that means. Yes, it does mean fish. Overwatch, of course not. Well, I mean, yes, but also Kingdom Hearts, of course. Also, there was another voice mod update? What the heck? I don't get it. I don't get it. It means you can stream. That is true as well. That is super true as well. Man, I've not seen a Pika stream in a while. It's crazy. I've not seen it in a while. What do you think you'll be streaming? Smile. All right. Now that I have my drink. We are ready. So Pika, hopefully you may be sleepy. Maybe all the action and suspense of the story will help keep you awake. Oh. Need to start a new streak. Yeah, we all do. SMH my head. All right. Chapter 11. 10 paces, turn, conspire. Gus's fishing ship slowly pulled into the harbor where he let our heroes out. I gotta get back to my arcade, he explained. I'm sure the three of you can handle getting Cindy back to me, right? Ash grinned. Of course, sir. We'll get over to that forest and find her. She's probably just hanging out with some Pokemon or something. I hope you're right, the older man sighed. Good luck. With that, he pulled out of the harbor back to 2 Island. Brock, handing the baby Pokemon back to May, reached into his pocket and took out a map. So this is 2 Island, huh? He said, pointing to its location on the map. May sighed to herself. Max used to be our map checker before he went home, she sighed. Sensing her distress, the baby Pokemon let out a whimper. Ash wrapped an arm around her waist while standing alongside her. I miss Max too, May. I'm sure we'll have plenty of good stories when we see him again. Talking about Max reminds me, Brock said. When we find Cindy, I wonder how she'll take the fact that Max isn't with us anymore. Not very well, May tried to joke, knowing that puppy crush she has on him. The group chuckled as they stepped out of the harbor into the small town of 3 Island. Suddenly, all the people who were walking around the town all turned their eyes to the travelers. The town was sparsely populated. A few women stood outside hanging laundry. Children played in the dusty path that made its way through town. A few men, playing checkers in front of a saloon, were chuckling to themselves a few moments ago. All of them had stopped their activities and stared blankly at the travelers. Ash approached the children, who were called back by their mothers, who were dropping all of the unhung clothes back into their baskets and rushing off into their wooden houses. A man in a large white cowboy hat with a beard stepped out from the crowd, growing near what appeared to be a saloon. You, boy, he addressed Ash in front of the crowd. Where are you from? I'm Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town, he said. What's wrong here? What's wrong here is that we don't want none of you Kanto folk here on our island, the man said. Why don't you and your little pals just turn right back and go home? Brock stepped forward. What? You can't seriously be kicking people out of your town just because they're from Kanto, can you? And who are you to talk at me like that? The man challenged Brock. The crowd he seemed to represent chimed in behind him in a chorus of, yeah! Who does this guy think he is? Among other things. I'm Brock, former Pewter City gym leader, he shot back. Before he could continue, someone shouted up. Hey, that's in Kanto too! Alright, boys. You're looking at the law on this island. The man held the tip of his hat in one hand and flashed a sheriff's badge in the other. I suggest you two just get out of here before you get hurt. Ash began reaching for a Pokeball to challenge the sheriff with, but Brock whispered quickly, Ash, we probably shouldn't fight the law enforcement around here. Grunting, Ash and Brock turned around and headed back into the port. Wait! May shot back. You can't just kick them out without saying why you're doing it! I don't gotta say nothing to no Kanto folk, he said, brushing her off. But I'm not Kanto folk, May shot back. I'm May from Petalburg City, from the Hoenn region. Hoenn? The sheriff raised an eyebrow. How do I know you're not pulling my leg? Why don't you take your cutesy Pokemon with you and run back to your daddy? Well, my daddy is the Petalburg gym leader. And I know he wouldn't put up with this, and neither will I. The baby Pokemon also fired back, chirping harshly at the sheriff. May, are you sure you know what you're doing? Ash whispered, having stepped up behind May during her shouting contest with the sheriff. I'm not gonna let him force you all to leave. We came here to get Cindy, and we're not gonna let some sheriff stop us, May whispered back. Alright, you got spunk, little lady, Sarah said, smirking. Tell you what, we'll handle this like we always do on this island. A duel. The crowd all let out various gasps of horror at the announcement. A rather lanky man stepped out of the crowd, wearing blue jeans and tall boots. The man was shorter than the sheriff, and also lacked the facial hair. Sir, the man started, don't you think that's a little extreme? I mean, she's just a woman, barely more than a little girl. Shouldn't you take it easier on her? The sheriff ignored the man. Now listen here. May, was it? Since high noon has already passed by, we'll have our duel at sunset. If you win, we'll let you and your little friend stay on the island as long as you want. If you lose... He began rubbing his chin. He snapped his fingers and pointed at May's head. If you lose, not only do you and your friends get stuck on the first boat out of here, you gotta give me that bandana you got there. My little girl would really like something like that. May placed her right hand on her bandana. She closed her eyes, remembering the circumstances that led to her receiving that emerald green gift from someone she cared about deeply. A look of anger flashed across her face. You've got it! But May! Ash shouted. Either I agree to the stakes, or he's just gonna kick us off the island right now anyway, right? She sighed, turning her back to the trainer. She began smirking. And besides, I don't intend to lose. Ash grinned back. I know you don't, and I know that you'll beat this guy. The duel will be on the Bond Bridge that links Three Island to Berry Forest, the sheriff announced. At sundown. May glared at the sheriff. All right, you have a deal. Boys, the sheriff called in the crowd, why don't you make our guests from Kanto feel welcome? A few large men leapt up from the crowd and descended on Ash and Brock, tackling them to the ground. Pikachu rolled off of Ash's shoulder as the youth and his friend were jerked back to their feet, their hands bound behind their backs. May's eyes widened. Ash! She turned to the sheriff, shouting, What are you doing to my friends? The sheriff grinned. We're just gonna keep them cozy while we wait for the duel. And the best place is behind bars. Take them away, boys. The men began shoving Ash and Brock to the crowd. Pikachu called to his trainer, but Ash shouted back, Pikachu, take care of May for a while! Also that in Sonic Adventure. Yeah. Nice one, guy looks like someone read their atlas. Yeah! You don't want to mess with her daddy. Hisaki will nuke your butt. Yes, exactly. Exactly. You don't mess with May. Whose last name may or may not be Maple. I don't know. It's fanon. It's fanon that it might be. Isn't it crazy that I feel like Ash is one of the few people who has a last name besides, you know, Professor and Gary, Samuel and Gary Oak, you know? Everyone else just has a first name. Or, I don't know. Am I weird for thinking that? I don't know. Pikachu stood back on his hind legs. Pika-Pee, he sighed. He then ran over back to May and jumped onto her shoulder. Watching the motion from a nearby rooftop, Jesse, James, and Meowth saw Ash and Brock taken away. James blinked. Mr. Mime Jr. sharing his confused expression. Did those shorts just get booked? I never thought I'd see that happen, Jesse added, watching the trainer and his friend get taken to the town. Hey, this is perfect! Meow said, jumping up. Now that Toy Ben is all alone, we can use this opportunity to finally catch Pikachu and give him to the boss! You're right, Meow, James snickered. Without our boys to protect her, that twerp can't stop us. While the boy twerps are away, Team Rocket will play, Jesse giggled. When we catch Pikachu, we won't know what to do with the money from the boss that's long overdue, the trio sung in unison. Wah, Buffett! The patient Pokemon leapt up, encouraging the team. Get down! A Pokemon cried to the rockets on the rooftop. Huh? James turned to the source of the noise. Who could that be? Dowie! The red and white bird Pokemon spoke as he landed. He began to reach into his sack-like tail. What you got for us this time, Delibird? Meowth asked the Pokemon. Delibird, one of Team Rocket's Pokemon couriers, took a letter out and handed it to Jessie. What's it say, Jess? James asked, peering over her shoulder. Let me take a look at it. Meowth squirmed into Jessie's lap, his head poking over the page. Wah, Buffett! Jessie's psychic Pokemon said, leaning over her other shoulder. Would you all just back off? The Rocket Woman jumped up and shouted at her comrades. Give me a second to read it! She then returned her gaze to the paper. It says that the boss wants us to come see him in person, she read out loud, with growing horror as she progressed. In person? James leapt back. Mime Jr. had also leapt backward, mimicking James' distress. Maybe he just wants to congratulate us for the great job we've been doing? Meowth hazarded a guess. Do you have Pokeblock for brains? Jessie insulted. We haven't gotten him anything recently. This is probably to give us our pink slips. Dally! The ice-flying type spoke up. Dally! It's not to fire us? Meowth asked, turning to the Pokemon. Dally! It's for a new mission? Meowth said, flabbergasted. The boss wants to give us a new mission in poison? Dally! But we're really far away from the boss's base, James noted. How are we gonna get there to receive our personal orders? Dally! Delibird says that he'll take us to the boss, Meowth translated. Well, then lead the way, our fine feathered friend, James said, smiling to the Pokemon. I'm mine! Mime Jr. added, also smiling. Wow, James, that's uncharacteristically sexist of you. Wait. You know what? Kind of. A little bit. A little bit, maybe. A little bit. As the Rockets followed Delibird out of the town, May stood, stunned at having her friends taken away so quickly like that. The entire situation was too much for the pink Pokemon in her arms, however, and the baby Pokemon just began to bawl. May, knowing that responsibility for this little one was her own now, began rushing past the crowd, looking for the Pokemon Center. Luckily for her, the center wasn't much further into the town, its door facing the main dusty road that ran through it. The coordinator bolted inside, the crying Pokemon's voice quickly filling the quiet center. A nervous Nurse Joy leapt up and ran around the corner, quickly rushing over to May and the small Pokemon. What's wrong with her? Joy asked May over the Pokemon's crying. I think she's upset over the scene that we just went through in town, May said, rocking the Pokemon. It seemed to calm the upset baby, but she continued to whimper. Maybe she's hungry. It's been a while since she's been fed. Do you have any baby food? Joy ran into the back room as the center's Chansey began running around in a panic, trying to figure out what she could do to stop the crying herself. The Pokemon nurse quickly returned from the back with a bottle. She handed it to May, who began feeding the small Pokemon. The baby quickly wrapped her mouth around the end of the bottle and began suckling on it. Thank you, Nurse Joy, May sighed, falling backwards onto a bench that sat close to the entrance. Pikachu slipped down from May's shoulder to an open spot next to her. The nurse smiled. It's quite all right. I haven't seen you around here, though. Where are you from? It's a long story, May sighed. Well, we rarely ever get visitors here on 3 Island. Joy then took a seat next to May. Why don't you tell me your story? And get in there, you Kanto... And get in there, you Kanto trash! A muscular man tossed ash into his cell. The trainer slid across the flat tiled floor onto his face. Brock sat up, and rubbed his wrists as the bars of the cell were shut behind Ash. Well, let's look at it this way, Brock mused. Could be worse. The only way it could be worse is if May was stuck in here with us, Ash groaned, rubbing his face. Why won't they talk to us? All they do is point out that we're from Kanto and use that to justify beating us up. That is strange, Brock thought. What would cause an entire island to be so prejudiced against an entire region? It's because of the things that have been happening recently on the island, Joy responded to May's question, which was oddly much like Brock's. What kind of stuff's been happening? May asked, tilting her head quizzically. Strange people have been going in and out of the forest at night for the past few days, she warned. Someone recognized one of them as a big celebrity from Kanto. Something called a frontier brain. A frontier brain's in the forest? May shouted, leaping up, a look of fear across her face. It's only a rumor, Joy said, trying to calm her down. And besides, it's more than just people from Kanto being here. The Kanto region is known for its rather bad pollution problems. The people on this island are all really defensive about the environment, which means they really don't like the pollution that goes on in Kanto, and they really don't like the people that they see as causing it. Well, they've got a lot of reasons for not liking people from Kanto, don't they? May sighed. Pika, the Pokemon shared her grief. So, your friends are being held and you have to duel the sheriff to save them? Joy summarized as she stood up. Yeah, that's right. And the only reason you ended up coming here is because you say that one of my relatives is in the forest? How did you know that? I only told you her name, May asked back. Joy gave me a knowing grin. I read a lot of detective novels, so I was just able to put the pieces together. Really? May asked, her eyes widening. That, and also I knew that my sister who works at the Pokemon Center on 2 Island was expecting her to visit yesterday. She chuckled. There may be a lot of us Joys, but we're certainly a close-knit family that looks after each other. And that includes our nieces like Cindy. Oh yeah, May thought out loud. I forgot that Cindy's related to all of you. Oh well, I can help you get ready for the battle then, Joy said, smiling to May. I know what Pokemon the sheriff is likely to use, and we can work on a counter strategy. Really? You'll help? Anything for my family. Now, the sheriff. The sun was just starting to set over the trees that grew on the 2 islands. On one was a dense forest, completely covered in trees. A few Pokemon flew back into the forest after a long day of searching for food among the islands. On the other island, mothers were calling their children inside from playing all day, warning them that their supper was getting cold. Between the islands, connecting them was a single wooden bridge. It was only a few feet above the water, meaning that falling off of it wasn't a particularly serious danger, but it would probably ruin your day, nonetheless. On the side of the bridge that was connected to the forest, a group of men stood behind their leader, the town sheriff. To the side of the group, in a prime position to watch the coming battle, sat Ash and Brock. The duo were tied together with an itchy rope. Their arms and legs bound together. Escape was impossible. All they could do was watch. On the opposite side, standing rather alone, was May. She straightened her bandana while remembered what it meant to her. Are you ready, Sheriff? May called out, taking a step forward. I'm plenty ready, he snorted back. Now, let me explain the rules. You both choose one Pokemon, and then they both go to the center of the bridge. They then take 10 steps away from each other, turn around, and launch an attack. Whichever Pokemon left standing is the winner. One hit to finish a battle? Brock gasped. These Pokemon are probably really powerful. Stand your guard, May! Ash called out. This Pokemon is probably really powerful! I didn't say exactly what I said, Ash, Brock sighed. Well, you're always giving me advice, so I guess my advice sounds just like yours sometimes, Ash said, shrugging. Alright, little lady, choose your Pokemon, the sheriff called out to her. Boo! You stink! Thank you, Orville. I appreciate you. Munchlax, May called out, tossing the Pokeball into the air. Take the stage! The ball snapped open, and May's powerful normal type stood on the bridge. Munch! He hopped, trying to seem intimidating. Go Dunsparce! The sheriff chose his Pokemon. The ball came open, and a Pokemon came out of the ball. The bulk of it was yellow and rounded. His eyes appeared closed, and there was a tiny drill on his tail. Blue stripes crossed his back. Blue also circled his eyes, and was the only color on his underside. May flipped open her Pokedex to get a look at the creature. It whirred for only a second, before a picture of what was before her appeared on the screen. Dunsparce, the Pokedex began dictating. The land snake Pokemon. Its drill-tipped tail is used to burrow into the ground backwards. This Pokemon is known to make its nest in complex shapes deep underground. Done. He lazily yawned. That doesn't look that tough, May said, smiling. Munchlax, approach the center of the bridge. You too, Dunsparce, the sheriff commanded. Munchlax and Dunsparce both approached the center of the wooden bridge. Despite being wooden, it was very stable indeed. Wooden supports as opposed to rope supports helped them in this respect. Dunsparce and Munchlax faced each other at the center. The sheriff's Pokemon simply yawned when Munchlax snorted at him, feeling superior. The Pokemon turned around and then began marking off their paces. 1, 2, 3. Ashenbrock began counting out loud. Pikachu, Pikachu whispered from her shoulder. Don't worry, Pikachu, May whispered back. I remember what Joy told me. And slap Mochi 96 zillion times for eating the last fried chicken. No, Orville, that was Munchlax. That was Munchlax's fault. I blame Munchlax. Smile. Sorry, had to take a drink there. Ah. The sheriff's Pokemon always starts off with a glare attack, Joyce said, as May fed not only the baby Pokemon, but the rest of her Pokemon, and Pikachu as well. May blinked. Glare? What's that? It's a move that paralyzes the target without having to make contact, Joy explained. The glaring Pokemon looks into the eyes of the target, paralyzing it with fear. That sounds scary, May said, continuing to hold the baby. Is there anything I can do? Joy nodded. As long as your Pokemon closes its eyes before they see the glare, they'll be completely unaffected. Ooh. Now I have to make a decision. Actually, you know what? No, I don't. No, I don't. I know what to do for this. Eight, 9, 10. The sheriff broke May out of her flashback. Munchlax, shut your eyes as you turn around, May called. Munchlax obeyed his trainer's orders. True to Joy's word, the sheriff's Dunsparce's eyes began glowing yellow. Munchlax, however, didn't see the move and remained unaffected. You little brat! The sheriff jumped. Who in tarnation told you about my strategy? May grinned. Doesn't matter, because I've countered it. Munchlax, fire back with Metronome! At his trainer's command, Munchlax began wiggling his fingers back and forth, triggering an unpredictable move. So that's how the sheriff would win, Brock said. He'd paralyze his opponents and then knock them off the bridge, where the trainer would have to recall them. We won't lose to this girl, the sheriff called out, his pride on the line. Dunsparce, take down! Dunsparce leapt forward, streaks flying from him at the intense speed of his charge. Munchlax snapped his fingers and let off a glow. After it passed, Munchlax began clapping. Dunsparce continued leaping and crashed right into Munchlax. The collision of normal types created a loud crunch that echoed over the quiet crowd. Munchlax fell backwards, and Dunsparce continued rolling over it. Munchlax stood up, and with opened eyes, grinned at Dunsparce. Now he's opened his eyes, Dunsparce! Now he's opened his eyes, Dunsparce! The sheriff smiled. Use glare! As if ignoring his trainer's command, Dunsparce continued to leap continuously at Munchlax. This time, the big eater Pokemon sidestepped the attack, and Dunsparce leapt into the water. What's wrong with Dunsparce? May asked, surprised with what was happening. Munchlax used Encore, Joy said, stepping up behind the girl. Dunsparce can only use Takedown for right now. Come on, May! Ash called her. You can beat him now that he's trapped! Dunsparce floated over the water, flapping his small, underdeveloped wings as he tried to climb back on the bridge. Munchlax, knock him back with Focus Punch! May called. Munchlax held a clenched fist into the air. Clenched fish! Held a clenched fist into the air, allowing an aura to envelop it. As Dunsparce began launching another takedown attack, Munchlax brought his fist into the Pokemon's face. knocking him back into the water. Dunsparce skipped over the water like a well-rounded stone, and when he stopped, he floated on his back, his eyes dazed out. Dunsparce! The sheriff called. Speak to me! Your Dunsparce is no longer able to battle, Joyce said with a smile. You need to let him rest. Then May grinned, the baby Pokemon in her arms also letting out a cheer. That means I'm the winner. So, Base May, right? Right? Am I right? Of course I'm right. I'm always right. Except when I'm not right. I'll keep my word, the sheriff sighed. The sun was almost completely over the horizon. Ashmay and Brock all stood on the ground, off the berry forest side of the bridge. Y'all are free to go. I'm sorry I had such a misunderstanding. You understand, no, right? Ash furrowed his brow. I guess. But this should teach you that not everyone from Kanto is a bad guy. Everywhere has their share of bad people. We'll take that lesson to heart, partner, the sheriff said with a smile. And you there, little lady, he said, turning to May. That was a great battle. I reckon that if you want to be a deputy, I could arrange for that. May giggled, flattered at the offer. Thanks, but I'm planning on becoming the world's greatest Pokemon coordinator, so I'll have to decline. Fair enough. We'll be cheering for you from here on 3 Island. The group said their goodbyes to the townsfolk and headed into the forest. Cindy was still in there, apparently, and it was getting late. They had to hurry if they were going to find the girl in time. Let's go! We love beating up law enforcement! I know, right? Exactly! Praise be to May for beating up law enforcement! Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Yeah! You may have heard of police brutality, but have you ever heard of anti-police brutality? I'm probably going to be put on a list. So people who are going to prosecute me for hate speech, this is not hate speech. This is just a joke. I'm joking. So, you know, therefore, it's totally above water. Totally highbrow. Can't be hate speech to cops. Yeah, exactly. They're not a protected class either. Yet. Nope, you caught me in 4K taking the last fried chicken. It was a Munchlax that used metronome, that used transform into me so that it would look like me stealing the fried chicken. Prove to me that wasn't the case. They're above the law. Oh, you're so right. Gosh dang it. Stop reminding me, Pika! Ah. Oh, wait. Also, yes, I'm speaking out of character, by the way, because that is the end of that chapter. Oh, boy. Now, some more stuff is gonna happen, and we may be meeting even more new people. Oh, boy. Who's excited? Who else is excited? I'm excited. All right. Chapter 12. Sword and Skarmory. Also, why is spin dashing through this wall so difficult? Wait, are you at the casino? Are you trying to do that trick? You've done it once already, so you know it's possible. Or is this like a new trick you're trying to do? Oh! Oh! That's super cool! Speedrun strats! Glitches! I love it. Okay, no, it's not the Casinopolis skip. Okay, fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. I figured, I guess. It was dark, no question about that. Although normally such a place would be noisy with the sounds of Pokemon, it was quiet. Darkness had settled on the berry forest, and the resident Pokemon had all gone to sleep. Do you hear anything, Pikachu? Ash asked his companion. The electric mouse Pokemon had missed and worried over Ash during their separation earlier that day. No, he was alright. Pikachu closed his eyes and twitched his ears, listening for the sounds of any Pokemon or people that may still be in the forest. Sadly, Pikachu lowered his ears and put a sigh, as if to say, I got nothing, Ash. Let's head in a bit further, Rock suggested. If Cindy was picking berries, she may have gotten lost further in. Alright, May agreed. She looked back down into her arms. She hadn't carried around a Pokemon outside its ball for this long since her Eevee was still just an egg. The happy normal type just turned to her and chirped happily. Ash and his friends trudged further into the dark woods. The further they went in, the more frightened that May got. And the more frightened that May got, the closer she hovered over to Ash. Pika! The Pokemon snorted in a half laugh. May turned her head and saw that her bangs were tickling Pikachu along his back. Oops! Sorry, Pikachu. I didn't know I was that close. You have been getting closer and closer, May, Ash said. Are you alright? Yeah, it's just a bit scary. May smiled, hiding her fear from him. I'm alright as long as you're here. Ash smiled back. Alright, if you don't hold my hand, it's here. She looked down at his hand and wrapped one of her arms around the baby Pokemon. And wrapping one of her arms around the baby Pokemon, she was able to free her other one and interlink her fingers with Ash's. Thanks. As the couple smiled at each other as they held hands, Pikachu began to panic. What's up, buddy? Ash asked his partner. Pikachu pointed to the baby Pokemon, specifically how she was struggling to get out of May's arms. May was taken by surprise and dropped the Pokemon. She darted off into the bushes, dashing away from Ash and his friends. What's gotten into her? May asked. I don't know, Ash said, but we gotta follow her. Ash and his friends ran after her, trying to follow her tracks as closely as possible. She's just a baby, May whimpered, worried about the Pokemon. And I was the one looking after her. Why didn't I keep a better grip on her? It's alright, May, Ash said as they ran. I think that Pokemon's trying to show us something. You mean that you think her trainer's in these woods? Rock said, surprised. That, or there's something else in the forest she really wants to show us. The group came to a clearing, and the baby Pokemon was nowhere in sight. Where could she have gone? Ash said through clenched teeth. Pika-Pee! Pikachu pointed to a gap in the brush between two trees. Is that the way? He asked. Pikachu nodded. Alright then, let's go! As they continued to trail the baby Pokemon, they saw a faint glow coming from the direction she ran in. Is that a campfire? Brock asked as they continued in that direction. From the distance, they saw the Pokemon leap out of the bushes and stand in front of the campfire. She stopped! May cried out. We can catch up with her! The group stepped out of the brush near the campfire, all three standing behind the baby Pokemon. Over on the other side of the fire, coming to her feet, was a girl. Her blue hair was braided into ponytails that fell along her back. Her blue eyes appeared dim, but her facial features were otherwise exactly like her family. She wore a green t-shirt and a denim skirt, with straps that went over her shoulders. Her dim, almost plastic-looking eyes looked up at Ash, staring at him. Cindy, Ash raised an eyebrow. Is that you? Yes, the girl responded, robotically. I am Cindy, and now we will battle. Ash took a step back. Battle? Why? We will battle, she said, her finger pointed at Ash. Choose your Pokemon. The girl's gaze was fixed on the trainer, but her eyes didn't seem to focus on him. Cindy, you haven't said why we're battling! Ash exclaimed. Choose your Pokemon, she repeated. Something's wrong with her, May whispered. She's not acting like herself. The baby Pokemon at May's feet chirped sadly. What? Do you mean? What do you mean something's wrong with her? Ash asked, leaning back. Look at her eyes, May pointed out. Got no emotion in them whatsoever. Definitely not the same as the girl we met in Cerulean. I will give you 20 more seconds, Cindy said, devoid of feeling. Then I will attack anyway. What can we do? Brock said, breaking into the conversation. It's almost like she's in a trance, like she's being controlled or something. We'll have to get through to her, Ash whispered back. But how? They responded. What do we have that could snap Snitty out of this trance? Ash grinned. I've got something. He reached down at his belt and then swung his arm forward. Sceptile, I choose you! Ash's arm swung, but no Pokeball came from his grip. Oh, I forgot, Ash exclaimed. We left Sceptile and Blaziken training with Doris. Then I choose Skarmory. Cindy lobbed a Pokeball into the air. The ball snapped open, and an avian Pokemon that appeared to be made out of steel appeared. Skarmory drilled Peck Sceptile. The Armor Bird Pokemon began diving at Ash and his friends. Pikachu, intercept with Iron Tail! The trainer called out. Pikachu leapt up and swung his shining tail at Skarmory's beak. Pikachu knocked Skarmory back with his tail, and the flying Pokemon landed obediently at Cindy's feet. Skarmory trapped Sceptile with spikes. Can't you see that Sceptile isn't here? I asked. Skarmory spread her wings, and small spikes that looked almost like jacks spread across the forest floor. For Sceptile, it would have been tough to maneuver about with the spikes all over the field. However, Pikachu's smaller stature meant that the spikes weren't as much of a threat. Pikachu, ground her Skarmory with Thunderbolt! Ash commanded. Pikachu! Pikachu cried, leaping into the air. A large arc of electricity shot from Pikachu's short body into the steel and flying type. Skarmory's weakness to electric moves, as well as her age, caught up to her, and the Pokemon collapsed backwards next to her trainer. Skarmory, use Steel Wing. Cindy continued, issuing commands to an unconscious Pokemon. Cindy! Ash shouted. Skarmory's no longer able to battle! Use Whirlwind. She continued monotonously. What's wrong with her? They quivered behind Ash. It's like she's a zombie or something. Brock stepped over to the small girl, who simply continued to command a whirlwind attack as if she was a broken record. He snapped his fingers in front of her eyes, but they didn't seem to be focused on anything. It's like the lights are on, but no one's home, said the others. The small Pokemon hobbled around the fire and took a look at Cindy. As she chirped quietly, Cindy's eyes seemed to turn towards the baby Pokemon. Happiny? Cindy began to say, stopping her monotonous repeating of her command. The girl's eyes slid shut, and she began falling back forward towards the fire. Brock, having been nearby trying to get her attention, caught her and picked her up. Is she okay, Brock? Ash asked his friend as he and May stepped closer. I don't know, Brock grunted. Let's get her to the Pokemon Center. I'm sure they have a bed there we can let her rest in. That's a good idea, Ash said, smiling. Maybe when she comes to, she'll be able to tell us what was going on, May said. Better not forget her, Ash said, taking the Pokeball from Cindy's loose grip and using it to recall Skarmory. The group began backtracking, with Brock carrying Cindy on his back. Ash carried Brock's pack in his arms to allow the girl a place to lie until they got to the Pokemon Center. As long as we retrace our steps, Brock said, we should be able to make it right back to the center. Pikachu, had been relaxing on his buddy's shoulder, suddenly became very active. He leapt from Ash's shoulder and dashed into the brush. Pikachu! Ash called out, where are you going? He dropped Brock's bag to the ground and began chasing his friend into the woods. Wait, Ash! May tried to stop him, shouting while carrying the baby Pokemon in her arms. The baby looked to Cindy over May's shoulder and chirped sadly. We better follow him, Brock said. Can you get my bag? I'll try. She dropped the baby to the ground for a second and slipped Brock's bag onto her back, quickly snatching up the Pokemon before she could run away again. With Brock and May beginning to play catch-up. With that, Brock and May began playing catch-up, chasing Ash through the dark woods. The trainer himself continued to follow Pikachu through the forest. What are you trying to show me, pal? Ash called out to his first Pokemon. Pikachu leapt into a clearing and pointed to a tree in the middle. Ash jumped over the bushes and landed in front of his Pokemon. A body was laying at the base of the tree. The person had short hair and wore a long-sleeved shirt and long pants. That was the best Ash could see, however, because of the darkness. This guy needs our help, don't they? Ash asked. Haka, Pikachu sighed, looking at the person. Ash stepped around and picked up the person onto his back. The person's head fell over Ash's shoulder, and the scent of flowers drifted from the hair into his nose. Not taking the time to investigate further, Ash began carrying this person back towards where he left his friends. Pikachu simply walked alongside Ash, his place being taken by the person he was carrying. Ash handed the Pokemon his pack, which Pikachu carried to the best of his ability. Ash quickly met back up with Brock and May. Where did you run off to? May asked, slightly worried. I didn't know what was going on. Pikachu found someone in the woods, Ash said. They seem like they're in bad shape. Pika, the Pokemon added. Well, we've all got our hands full, Brock said. Why don't we head to the Pokemon Center before we try to figure out just what's going on? Good idea, Ash said with a nod. Let's go. As the group rushed back through the forest, Ash thought he could feel the person on his back moving slightly, and felt their arms wrap around his chest. He thought that maybe the person was coming too, so he called out to Brock and May. Hey, I think they're waking up, Ash shouted. Oh, that's great. May smiled until she got a better look at Ash. She saw the arms of the stranger wrapped around him, and felt herself flush with anger. She stepped closer to her boyfriend, and took a close look at the face of the individual that he had rescued. Something wrong, May? Ash asked, blinking obliviously. I don't know, May said, narrowing her gaze at the person and puffing out her cheeks. This person seems familiar somehow. Call it a woman's intuition. Less talk, more walk, please? Brock asked the couple. She's starting to drool on me. Ash and May laughed as they continued their trek out of the forest. May's laughter shot short, however. I know I've seen that person before, she thought to herself. So the last time you know Sonic started going through the wall when you spin dash into it, so you started mashing and hit the loading zone. Oh! So it's like a new trick you found. You got the Station Square Child Garden for literally this reason. Ha! Ha ha! Ha! Nice. Good job, Pika. The group stepped out of the forest and began dashing across the Bond Bridge. Luckily, the Pokemon Center on 3 Island wasn't very difficult to find, and they all rushed inside. Pikachu collapsed on the floor, extremely fatigued, having to have carried Ash's pack for him. Nurse Joy, they called out. We need your help! What's the problem? Their nurse stepped out from behind the counter. Immediately, she saw Cindy and the lavender-haired person, both of them being carried. My goodness, are they all right? She asked. I think they both need a bed to sleep in, Brock said. We found them both in the woods. Oh, we have plenty of open rooms. Joy motioned them into the halls. Come with me. She led them into the first room on the right. Chansey had set up 2 stretchers, setting a pillow delicately where the heads of the unconscious persons would go. Brock turned around and dropped Cindy gently onto the bed. The girl seemed to be sleeping, drool sliding down her mouth. A smile had grown on her face, replacing the emotionless expression they had seen when they encountered their friend. Ash dropped his traveler onto the bed and turned around. May was already gasping and holding her mouth. The person in the bed was immediately familiar to Ash. Her short lavender haircut, in combination with her small chest size, had made the trainer's entire party misidentify her as a boy in their first encounter. Long lavender pants and a long-sleeved shirt that matched the pants with a lighter hue covered her body. Ash stepped back, his eyes widening. Annabelle? The salon maiden? As opposed to Cindy's blissfulness, the fallen frontier brain's expression was a strained one. Her eyes clenched shut, and her breathing was heavy. Her arms fell to her sides. She has a title like that. She must be the frontier brain that the townsfolk were talking about, Joy noted as Chansey placed a cool cloth on Annabelle's forehead. How do you all know her? It's a long story, they said, trying to brush off the conversation. One that I'd be happy to talk to you about over dinner, Brock began, glowing in hopes of getting somewhere with this Joy. The baby Pokemon turned and glared at Brock. She leapt from May's arms and smacked him backwards with her ponytail. As Brock began checking to see if the baby Pokemon gave him a bloody nose, Ash began speaking. I wonder what she was doing in the woods, Ash asked aloud, Pikachu chiming in behind him. Good night, friends. Good night, Yubi. Sleep well, Yubi. Glad you could stop by as always. And yes, Aiden! It is she, Annabelle. Also the agent from Sun and Moon. Same person. But maybe from a different timeline? I don't know. I actually didn't finish that side quest yet. I should probably do that. I should actually probably just refresh my memory on how that side quest goes. Oh yeah, it's a face we do not see very frequently. Where was I? What what she was doing in the woods, Ash asked aloud, Pikachu chiming in behind him. This is suspicious, May thought to herself. If she was making a recovery while Ash carried her, then why does she seem too weak here? This smells fishy. Brains are way too suspicious, especially with the disappearing and reappearing they tend to do. And now I'm supposed to believe that Annabelle just appears in the woods with a missing girl? While May was deep in thought, the baby Pokemon jumped up towards the stretcher that Cindy was lying on. She grappled the edge with her small hands and managed to scramble up the side. This Pokemon seems like she knows Cindy, Brock noted, rubbing his throbbing nose. Do you think maybe Cindy's Pokemon? Ash asked him. That's a possibility. Maybe why the Pokemon ran off. It must have sensed her presence. Then why does the Pokemon trust us? May asked, taking her mind off of Annabelle for the moment. It's never seen us before. Brock sighed. That's something we'll have to ask Cindy when she wakes. May's train of thought began picking up where it left off. She tugged onto his arm. Hey, Ash. Something doesn't seem right about Annabelle. In the woods, you said that she seemed to be coming to, and now it looks like she's been worn out, even though she's asleep. Ash looked back at the lavender-haired maiden. That does seem odd. I wonder why she wrapped her arms around me like that. May flushed and turned up her nose. Well, maybe no one told her that we're a couple, she snorted. That's gotta be the first thing we tell her when she wakes up. I think your priorities are a bit skewed, May, Brock responded. She's a frontier brain, remember? We need to see if she knows anything about what's going on. I guess you're right, May sighed, but I still don't trust her. Why not? Ash asked, tilting his head to the side. She hasn't done anything for us to get suspicious over. But she's a frontier brain, May exclaimed. You remember when Tucker tried to get us killed, don't you? She's in the same group. And are we supposed to believe it's just a coincidence that Annabelle appeared in the forest with Cindy, who had been missing? All the more reason for us to ask her what's been going on instead of jumping to conclusions, Brock interjected. She might know what the other brains are up to, and she may be willing to tell us. Why would she tell us? May asked the breeder. If she wants to keep us in the dark, then she will. Brock raised an eyebrow. You seem to be getting on her case quite a bit, May, and we haven't even heard her say anything. What's up? Nothing's up, May defended herself. I just don't want to be fooled again, like when Tucker attacked us. May, try to calm down. Ash put his hand on her shoulder. Before we go jumping to conclusions, we should hear what Annabelle has to say. You never know, she may have been trying to help Cindy. I doubt it, May huffed. And even if she says she was trying to help, I bet she'd lie. We'll have to listen to Cindy, too. Ash put his hands on his hips and tilted his head to the side. May, you're usually the one who sees the good things in people first. Why are you trying to make Annabelle look bad before we know anything? May blushed, and her eyebrows began twitching nervously. I'm going for a walk, she shouted, turning to the door. I'm gonna leave my Pokemon on the counter, okay, Joy? She asked, her face hidden from view. Joy blinked, curiously. Sure? May audibly gulped and stepped through the door, closing it gently behind her. Ash, Brock, and Joy stood in silence for a moment, until Brock elbowed Ash on the side. Ash, you should go talk to May, Brock grunted through clenched teeth. She needs to talk to you. Right. Ash coughed as he caught his breath. Let's go, Pikachu. Pika, the mouse Pokemon said, stumbling. He fell to the ground, fatigued. Are you alright? I bet he's tired from carrying your pack, Ash, Joy said, picking him up. I'll take good care of him until you get back, okay? Okay, thanks, Nurse Joy. After Ash left the room, Brock's face lit up and turned to the Pokemon nurse. No! Where were we before the children interrupted? Joy smiled hesitantly. You were lost in the woods? She asked. Pikachu, though fatigued, began sparking his cheeks, warning the breeder that this was neither the time nor place. So the real question is she there for bad guy reasons, or is she there because she's trying to stop them? Good questions! Dang it, Brock, read the room! Yeah, I know. Well, he did read the room! Ash and May are out of the room. And now that they're out of the room is cleared. So he thinks the room is clear. Right? Right? Right. May sat in front of the Pokemon Center, in the dirt on the ground. There was no grass growing around the center in the dusty town, so she had to make do with what was there. The sky was clear, and since they were so far away from a big city, all the stars in the sky were visible to the coordinator from Hoenn. She sat with her hands on her knees, her back leaning against the front wall of the center. She wasn't a girl for violent outbursts, but she had so little experience feeling the way she did now. She wasn't used to feeling jealous. She had nothing to be jealous of at home. She was the beautiful daughter of the powerful Norman, Petalburg gym leader. All the other children wanted to be her, or her little brother. Although she had been a sort of black sheep in her family due to her past distaste of Pokemon, she had come into her own as an aspiring coordinator, a rising star in the world. During her journey, she encountered harsh rivals, powerful opponents, and tough competition. Although she had faltered from time to time, she was able to make top 8 in only her second Grand Festival. On top of that, she had met some of her closest friends on her journey, even found love in the eyes of the unconquerable, as Misty described him during one phone conversation after the misadventure they had in Cerulean. Ash Ketchum. They were in love, and May felt like the happiest girl in the world. Well, she did. Now she felt like something inside of her was chewing at her heart and stomach. It's that Annabelle, May thought out loud. She closed her eyes and remembered the day that she and her friends had met her. Annabelle and Ash had hit it off right from the start, seemingly even faster than she and Ash had become friends. Annabelle also had a gift. She could understand what Pokemon said. Something that Ash could do as well, if only with Pikachu, but she could also talk to them back with her mind. Not even Ash could do that. I remember when we met Annabelle. We were on our way to the battle tower, and we ran into her in the woods nearby. We all thought she was a boy, but she had us over. We learned her true gender. Then we rushed off to the battle tower, and she later appeared before us. She defeated Ash that evening, and the next day she was hanging out with us, and practically all over him. I wasn't too jealous back then, but I guess her wrapping her arms around him made it all come back to memory. Hey, May, Ash said, looking down at her as he stepped out of the doorway. What's up? Nothing, she said, faking a smile. She looked over at his bare shoulder. Where's Pikachu? Are you kidding? Ash joked. After I forced him to carry my pack, Pikachu can barely move. He's in there resting with the rest of our Pokemon. May turned back to her knees as she pulled them into herself. I guess I'm not really okay. What was up in there? Ash said, sitting down next to her. I've never seen you act like that before. She bent her head down to her knees. I guess that's because I've never been jealous before. What do you have to be jealous over Annabelle over? Ash asked, turning his upper body towards her. May leaned her head onto his shoulder. I remember when you two met, and you seemed to hit it off really well. I was kind of jealous of her, I guess. I mean, in a you befriended my friend faster than I did kind of way. Ash nodded and wrapped an arm around her shoulder. But when she was wrapping her arms around you, and we saw her in the center, I guess it all just came back. This time I got really jealous. I guess I'm afraid that she'll make you love her more than you love me. May, you know that'll never happen, right? Ash whispered into her hair. I guess, she sighed, but I need to hear it every now and then. Well, here goes then. And with that, Ash smiled. I love you, May. No one could ever replace you, regardless of what special gifts they have. You're special to me, just the way you are. Wow, did you think that up all by yourself? May turned her head and smiled, her eyes half shut. Ash grinned back. Well, I may have gotten some of it from TV, and Misty may have helped a bit. May rolled her eyes at him. The coordinator placed her hands on the sides of his face and puckered her lips. Ash followed her lead and closed his eyes. She brought their lips together as she closed her eyes in turn. Her heart fluttered as he moved his other arm around her and pulled her in tighter. She wrapped her arms around his neck, hugging and breaking the kiss. She set her forehead onto his shoulder and continued to take in deep breaths. Her arms fell so that her palms were flat against his chest. And there they stayed for, to them at least, a long time. Finally, Ash spoke. Let's go inside, okay, May? He whispered. She nodded. Ash stood and helped May to her feet. I'm really hungry now, Ash joked as he took May by the hand. Let's go see if there's anything good to eat in the cafeteria. And even if there isn't, May said, nudging him, I'll be fine. Because as long as I'm with you, Ash Ketchum, I'll always have what I need. Wow, and I thought I was cheesy, Ash joked to her. Well, you're going to be cheesed off when I get to the cafeteria first and get all the good food, May laughed, letting go of Ash's hand and running ahead into the center down the halls. Hey, wait! Ash called, chuckling, mixing into his speech. You better not take it all! Your boyfriend needs to eat too! these little goobers, am I right? These little goobers, am I right? Ah. And also, we're hearing quite a bit of 999 music. I wish that was me. I know, right? Ah. Ah. It's okay, though. It's okay, though. It's okay, though. It's okay, though. That music wasn't helping either. Oh, yeah. It's such good music. You know, when Junpei and Akane were having that conversation in the past 9 years ago. Oh, it was such a nice wholesome talk. Ah, so good. I love that game so much. But now, Chapter 13, Happy Days. Cindy continued walking through a dark forest. There was a clear path ahead of her, but there was no sun, no stars, no light sources whatsoever. The girl plodded ahead under the dark trail. Where am I? She asked herself. Where am I going? Looking up, she saw a small round object running ahead of her. Happiny? She blinked and began running after it. Happiny, come back! Cindy ran through the forest along the path that Happiny was following. Happiny, slow down! She called to it. The object she was chasing disappeared from view. Happiny! She shouted, trying to get the creature to turn back. She then tripped over a large root sticking out of the ground on the path. She felt her knee scrape against the ground. She tried to stand up and continue running, but the root had tied itself around her foot and was lifting her into the air. Where do you think you're going, little girl? The tree taunted her. You belong to me now. No, I don't! Cindy struggled against the tree's grasp. She even began kicking the root that tied her foot with her free leg, but nothing seemed to even make the tree flinch. You're gonna do what I say now, the tree continued. No one is here to save you. Why not just obey me? No, you're wrong! Cindy called out. Aunt Joy, Skarmory, Mom, and Dad will all come looking for me. You better let me go or you'll be sorry. I'll be sorry, the tree laughed. Your aunt has been disposed of already. Your mother and father are too far away. And that Pokemon of theirs is in no condition to battle. The tree's trunk turned up, as if grinning wildly. You have no one else to turn to. On the verge of tears, Cindy clasped her hands together and closed her eyes. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, she said in a hushed voice, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and staff, they comfort me. The tree began shaking Cindy wildly and started to groan. Stop that! The tree commanded. Cindy, emboldened, took in a deep breath and calmly continued speaking. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil, my cup overflows. Cindy began emitting a light from her body. The tree dropped Cindy and began retracting its vines into the ground. Surely goodness and love will follow me all the days of my life, the girl recited as a pair of strong arms caught the girl and gently set her down on the forest floor on her knees. And I will dwell in the forest of the house of the Lord forever. Ash had dozed off on a bench outside the room Cindy and Annabelle were sleeping in. His back was straight against the wall, his head bent over, facing his chest. Pikachu was curled up in his lap and was also sleeping peacefully. Leaning on his shoulder and taking up most of the bench was May, who smiled cutely, curled up on the bench beside Ash. Brock, considering himself an ordinary person, slept in the bed across the hall. Pikachu's ears twitched as he picked up some noises in the room where Cindy and Annabelle were. Being careful not to awaken Ash, she slipped quietly out of his friend's lap onto the floor. Looking up, it seemed to be in the nick of time, as May fell from Ash's shoulder, her head now laying face up in his lap. Letting out a sigh of relief for getting out of his situation, he quietly stepped over to the floor and nudged it open. To the door and nudged it open. Pikachu stepped inside and investigated the source of the noise. It seemed that the baby Pokemon was whimpering as she tugged at one of Cindy's legs. Pikachu leapt onto the bed beside Cindy and saw her face cringing, as if the girl was having a nightmare. Pikachu tried to explain this to the smaller Pokemon, but she would have none of it. She continued to whimper and tug at the girl, wanting a response. Cindy let out a yawn and sat up in the dark room. She looked down at her feet and saw the two Pokemon there looking back at her. Immediately, she reached for the small baby Pokemon and took her into her arms. Happening! She called out in the full speaking volume of her voice. You're okay! I was so worried about you! Pikachu sighed and began slipping off the bed to return to Ash. Hey, wait. Cindy spoke to the Pokemon, still not trying to be quiet. Pikachu? What's a Pikachu doing in here? Pikachu knew how fanatic this girl could get around Ash or his Pokemon, so Pikachu quietly began slipping out of the room, stepping backwards as to disarm the situation. He ran his back into Ash's leg as the trainer flipped on the light switch. Pikachu, Ash asked, picking him up. What you doing in here? Ash? Cindy blinked before rubbing her eyes. Is it really you? Ash smiled. Yeah, I'm glad to see that you're feeling better. I'm glad to be feeling better, but what happened to me? Cindy furrowed her eyebrows. I don't remember ending up in bed at the Pokemon Center is the last thing to happen to me. Well, before you go telling your story, Ash laughed, why don't we all go have breakfast? Me and everyone else already went down to the cafeteria. I just came in to check on you two and to try to find Pikachu. Ash blinked for a moment as the two stood in silence. Aren't you supposed to be all up over here excited to see your idol again? Cindy brushed her hair back. Oh, well, I guess, she said. But I guess I'm just more mature now, or something, she shrugged. Then a wry grin spread across her lips. That, and Mom got on my case about doing that when you guys weren't around to hear. Ash let out a laugh. Come on, I'm sure everyone wants to see you. Cindy nodded. Right. She looked over and took the baby Pokemon into her arms. As she slid off the bed, her eyes looked over to the occupant of the adjacent bed. Her eyes widened, and she nearly dropped her Pokemon. Cindy, are you coming? Ash asked back, already headed down the hall. I'm coming, she grunted behind clenched teeth. She looked over to the sleeping brain on her way out, making a note to tell her friends about what happened. Ash waited for Cindy at the end of the hall so they both could take a left. The two walked past the Pokemon Center's counter down another hall from the lobby. As they got closer, Rock's voice calling out to all the Pokemon could be heard over everyone else's. Cindy ran ahead out for the walking trainer and jumped into the room. She quickly turned her gaze to all the happily eating Pokemon. Her mother Skarmory pecked at her food alone, making sure to keep one of her sharp eyes on Munchlax, who had already finished his food in a single swallow and was looking for more. Eevee and Skitty called Pikachu over from Ash's shoulder when he stepped into the room. Pikachu seemed to stumble at first, but then shook off whatever it caused him to do so. He greeted both Pokemon with a smile and a wave as he began to partake of the food in his bowl. He didn't notice the glares Eevee and Skitty shared behind his back. Marshtomp sat over against the wall by himself. He sighed, feeling lonely. He was the first to notice that Sceptile and Blaziken were missing after being let out. Fortress came over and tried to cheer up the Mudfish Pokemon, but the Water and Ground type only continued to sigh. Beautiful Eye was the next to try to cheer up Marshtomp, but before she could put any plans into action, Muk came up from behind and gave Brock's Pokemon a gooey hug, startling everyone around. Totodile and Cyndaquil shot glances at each other. Someone would tap each of them on the shoulder and steal a piece of food from their bowls. Totodile suspected Cyndaquil, while the Fire Mouse near the Big Jaw Pokemon was the thief. Of course, Eye-Palm and her extra hand were the true culprits, but neither of them had to know. After leaving the pink baby with the other Pokemon, Cindy ran over to the table where May was sitting by herself. Ash was still getting food from the cafeteria line, so Cindy left him in place next to the coordinator and sat across from her instead. I'm glad to see you're feeling better, Cindy, May said, smiling and putting down her glass of orange juice. Cindy looked around the room and blinked a few times. Where are Max and Brock? May touched her index finger to her cheek. Brock went outside, saying that he had something to do, she said. Then May let out a sigh. But Max is in Hoenn, training with my dad to become a Pokemon trainer. May almost felt her heart sink when she saw the look on the younger girl's face. Oh, was all that Cindy managed to say. Cindy's heart sank far into her stomach, and her eyes gleamed with sadness. Oh, Cindy, I'm sorry. May tried her best to cheer her up. I wish Max was still here too, but Dad wanted him to come home. It was completely out of my hands. It's okay, Cindy said, forcing a smile. He wanted to become a trainer, right? What's everyone so sad about? Ash asked, placing his plate down next to May and taking a seat. We're talking about Max, May said. Cindy misses him a lot. Cindy blushed, but said nothing of it. Where'd your hat go, Ash? She asked, trying to change the subject. Oh, I gave it to Max as a going-away present. He laughed. But this only made Cindy sigh more. Nothing was going to let her get her mind off of Max, it seems. Brock came back inside, smiling. Hey, everyone! The reader walked quickly over to the table. I see that you're up and around, Cindy. Yeah, I am, she whimpered, sliding down into her chair. Brock slapped her on the back, making her jerk into an upright position. Aw, don't be so glum, Sydney. I'm sure that if you hang around with us long enough, we'll bump into Max eventually. Cindy, blushing, sat on her chair. And who told you about that? She shouted. Morning, everyone. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked up at the doorway. Anima blinked at this newfound attention. I said good morning? She said, smiling nervously. As May began holding her tongue into place with her teeth, Cindy began clutching her head. Cindy? May stood up and stepped around the table, putting her hands on the small girl's shoulders. What's wrong? The baby Pokemon ran over the table and began chirping sadly at Cindy. My head! She groaned. It hurts! Maybe you weren't ready to get up yet, Brock said, standing up. I'll take her back to her room, May said with a smile, scooping the girl into her arms. I won't be gone long. Ash smiled at her as she left. Thanks, May. May smiled back and stepped out the door. Annabelle stood and watched, and after May left, she quickly slipped into May's unoccupied seat. I wonder what that was about, Annabelle asked, leaning her elbow on the table. We found the both of you in the woods last night, Brock said. Maybe she's not feeling better yet. Well, I don't know about her, but I'm feeling better already, she said, smiling at Ash, the latter still chewing on some food. Hey, it's been a while since we've seen each other, Ash. She began striking up the conversation. What's been happening to you? Ash swallowed the food in his mouth. Well, I recently defeated Brandon and won the battle frontier, Annabelle giggled. I've been keeping an eye on your achievements, Ash. She smiled, her cheeks flashing red for a moment. I wanted to know how you were doing, personally. Ash blinked, dropping his fork back onto his plate. Oh, well, May and I have been getting closer, and we decided to become a couple about a month or two ago. Now it was Annabelle's turn to drop her jaw. Yes, good morning indeed, Annabelle! Yes, exactly! Good morning indeed! May sat Cindy on the bed the girl had occupied the night before. Is your head still hurting? May asked. Cindy tapped the sides of her head and blinked. No, it's not. That's weird. May pursed her lips. What's different that would make your head feel better? It's that girl, I think, Cindy said, sitting up. May raised an eyebrow, confused. What? When I saw her, I felt like I was about to remember something. And when the girl looked at me, I felt like part of my brain just turned off. Cindy tried to explain. That doesn't really make it any clearer, May said, blinking. Happy? The small Pokemon chirped. She waddled into the room. The worried look on her face changed into a wide grin when she saw Cindy. Happy! Baby Pokemon ran to the little girl's arms. Happy! Cindy smiled, coddling the baby Pokemon in her arms. Happy? May asked. Is that what kind of Pokemon she is? Cindy nodded. She's a Happiny, a newly discovered Pokemon. May cracked a grin. Exactly what the Pokedex says about her, and that there's no information. She's the pre-evolved form of Chansey, Cindy said, holding her head up with pride. So this little one evolves into Chansey? May tapped her on the belly, causing the Pokemon to giggle. That's right! And for her to evolve, she needs a certain stone. Her eyes shot wide open, as if something had just clicked in her mind. I got it! I remember now! What? What do you remember now? I was back on one island with my Aunt Joy. Was this the same Aunt Joy we met in Cerulean City? Cindy raised an eyebrow. What? No, all the Joys are my aunts, remember? I don't know where that one even is anymore. And don't interrupt, I'm telling my story. Happiny! Happiny! Cindy tossed the giggling Pokemon to the air while giggling to herself. She caught the Pokemon in her arms and tossed her up again. Upsy daisy! She laughed, tossing the small Pokemon again. Cindy! The One Island Joy snapped from the desk. What are you doing over there? Cindy grabbed the Pokemon and stood still. What is it, Auntie Joy? She put on her best smile and turned around. You shouldn't toss around a Pokemon like that. You might injure the poor thing. Joy walked over and snatched Happiny from the girl's hands. She quickly checked the Pokemon over for any bumps or bruises. Honestly, I gave you this Pokemon so you could mature into a fine young woman. Cindy clenched her teeth shut. She hadn't let her language slip during this visit yet, and she knew that her aunt would swoop up the baby Pokemon she had given to her at the first sign of improper conduct. Joy dropped Happiny back into Cindy's arms. Honestly, if you don't stop acting like a child, you'll have a hard time getting any boys to like you. As images of Max shot like lightning through Cindy's consciousness, Joy walked back to her desk, a man helping the trainer who had just walked in. If I act mature enough, Cindy thought, I'll get Max to like me. She looked at the Pokemon in her arms. You're just a kid too, huh? She asked Happiny. Maybe if I can get you to grow up, then people will think I'm grown up too? Happy! She smiled back at the girl. After waiting for a moment, Cindy slid up to Nurse Joy and tugged on her skirt. Auntie Joy? Cindy tried to be as cute as possible. How does Happiny evolve? Joy smiled sweetly down at her niece. Happiny evolves by holding a special stone. It has to be round and shaped like an egg. After she holds onto the stone for a long enough period of time, she'll be ready to evolve into a Chansey. Cindy looked at the tiny Pokemon she held. This becomes a Chansey? Joy nodded, smiling. I know how much you want to be a Pokemon nurse, so I was able to get you your own nurse aide a little early. Cindy smiled. Thanks! Although, she thought, I think I'd be better at making my own career choices. I think I'd be better at making my own career choices. She set Happiny behind the counter and began heading outside. Aunt Joy, I'm going to go to the hot springs, okay? She called back. Be back before dinner! Joy called back as the girl ran down the door. You were in town the day Ash and I were? May asked. I didn't know you two were in town. Cindy furrowed her brow. I don't mean to interrupt, Joy said, leaning in, but your friends are wondering what's taking so long for you to get back. Oh, right. May laughed. Oh, we'd better go back and see them. May and Cindy both stepped down the hall into the lobby of the center. Ash smiled to the two as they made their entrance. May smiled back too, until she saw Annabelle hanging too close. Here's your Pokemon, May, Ash smiled, handing her the 4 Pokeballs. Thanks, sweetie, May accented, turning her eyes to Annabelle. Don't worry, he told me, Annabelle said, smiling uneasily and chuckling. I know that you two are an item. May was caught off guard. Good. She raised an eyebrow. Is that all you two talked about? Yeah, I pretty much just told her about what happened in Cerulean that week, Ash said. Annabelle threw her arm around her Ash's shoulders, knocking Pichu to the ground. Yeah, you know, catching up between old friends. May's skin tone turned noticeably redder when Annabelle made her action. It is her! Cindy shouted, pointing an accusatory finger. Ash, May, Annabelle, and Brock all turned to Cindy, surprise on their faces. To which Cindy grinned sheepishly. I guess I better finish my story then. May is so petty, I know, right? Isn't she funny? I love May. She's so funny. Like, that's not... Wrong one. Like, I'm really going to the hot springs. Cindy joked to herself as the wind blew through her hair. Yeah! The armored Pokemon cried in the response, agreeing. And to this day, I'm still bad at making Skarmory noises. Cindy petted the armor bird's sharp feathers along her head as they flew through the air towards the volcano. Head down near that volcano, Skarmory, Cindy told her mother's Pokemon. Lots of rocks should be around here, so we're bound to find one that's egg-shaped. Cindy and Skarmory landed in front of the entrance to a cave. A large man in a construction hat saw her land and walked over to her. Little girl, what are you doing out here? He asked. We're mining the mountain here. Cindy smiled as perkily as she could. She'd seen Joy's act perky and was entirely able of emulating the behavior. I came to look for a nice rock. Well, it's nice to meet such a young rock collector, the man chuckled, rubbing the thick hair on his chin. But it's really dangerous around here. Why don't you come back later? But I need the rock now, she pouted in a way that she'd seen more spoiled children demand a new toy in a store. Well, I guess you can look around here, he said. Stay away from the machines, all right? Okay. She smiled, giving him a thumbs up. Cindy grunted to herself about having to search the bushes for a rock. She recalled Skarmory and began searching the forest floor when she heard a huge explosion. That sounded like it came from the construction site, she exclaimed. Cindy dashed back to see all the construction workers fallen with their faces to the ground. That'll teach you who you're messing with, the cloakman's voice boomed from the mountain. You three, the female's voice came from a smaller body next to the cloakman. Or four, whatever, just get over here and help move these conscious workers. We need to get ready. Ready for what, my corrupt friends? A man stepped out of the bushes, rubbing his hands together. None of your business, the man boomed back. Just do your job. You don't have to shout, a much smaller individual griped, following the taller, whinier man. This is our big opportunity for a promotion, you two! Woman followed them. You better not blow it! She heaved, lifting up the smallest person available. Ah, about that! A Pokemon appeared next to the woman. You don't have to go opening your big meowth all the time, the smallest griped. Cindy rubbed her eyes. Is that Team Rocket? She said, much too loudly. Everyone present and conscious looked over to the girl, who promptly covered her mouth with her hands. Jess! Isn't that... oh wait. Jess, isn't that the twerp spell from Cerulean? The Rocket, who was obviously James at this point, asked. Jessie grinned. That means that the twerp and his Pikachu are coming too, she said, smiling devilishly. And if we grab her, we can use her as bait for Pikachu. No, the woman said. She's coming with me. Get back to work. What did you tell us? Jessie turned back to the woman. She said get back to work, the cloakman's voice boomed. Do you want us reporting you to Giovanni? Team Rocket audibly gulped. No, sir, they all agreed. Before the woman could start stepping over to Cindy, the girl had already turned tail and fled. Well, then I guess I'll just have to handle this, the woman grinned. Also. Oh yes! A rock that isn't found outside of Sinnoh to evolve Pokemon first discovered in Sinnoh. Absolutely found in one of the Sevii Islands in Kanto. Listen, she doesn't know... Listen, she doesn't know geology, okay? She's not a rockologist. They were working with Team Rocket. WTF, the plot thickens! The plot does thicken! The plot does thicken. Ash, May, Brock, and Annabelle all stared with much interest in the girl's story. Yeah? May asked. What happened next? Cindy looked at the ceiling, frowning. I don't remember, she coughed. Ash, May, and Annabelle all let out a groan. Well, if she was knocked unconscious, Brock noted, it's possible that she doesn't remember the ending. I read once that you can never remember what happened when you get knocked out. It's always a few seconds before where your memory ends. That doesn't matter! Cindy shouted, still pointing accusingly. I recognize her voice! She's the one who kidnapped me! Annabelle raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? I mean, you can't even remember what happened. Who's to say that person was even me? And if it was, why would I do something like kidnap you? Cindy, feeling the burden of proof, was speechless. I don't know, May stepped up. But I believe her. Cindy wouldn't lie about something like this. I think you're up to no good too. Oh, like your view is unbiased, Annabelle scoffed. I think you're just feeling a bit jealous. May turned redder than she had earlier. I'm not gonna back down. You're not gonna intimidate me with your dumb words. So what then? Annabelle smiled in a way that made Spine shiver. You believe the girl's story. What difference does it make? The difference is that I have proof, May spoke up. That cloaked man was Tucker. I would know because Ash and I had a run-in with him after you left. He nearly killed the two of us and our Pokemon. Ash stepped away from Annabelle and picked Pikachu back up. Yeah, and Team Rocket was there waiting for us. Cindy would recognize them from when we saw them in Cerulean during that time. Cindy's former lack of confidence was replaced by a smirk as the burden of proof shifted suddenly to Annabelle. Even Brock was beginning to eye her with suspicion. Look, what would it take for you to believe me that I wasn't there? She asked the group. A battle, May challenged. If we battle and you win, then we'll believe you. She spoke to the rest of the group. But if I win, you've got to tell us what's up with the frontier brains and why we found Tucker stealing from that cave. Annabelle's face widened to a grin. Well, if that's all I gotta do, then I accept your challenge, May. I know you hate me being in this chat while you're reading. No, I don't. No, I love it when you're chatting. I love it when you're engaging with the story. I actually love it. But just know I'm laughing my butt off the entire time. Oh, you know, hey, that's awesome. That's even better. That is even better. I love that. I love that. Wait, laughing at what I'm saying or what the story is saying? Smile. Smile. All right. Now that said, Chapter 14. It's evolutionary. Oh yeah, May, this can only end well for you. You don't have your strongest mon, and you're going to battle the second strongest frontier brain. Great plan. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what she's thinking. Actually, I don't think she is thinking. I mean, she's thinking with she's thinking with something, but it's not her brain. Or you're laughing at the stuff you're saying. Okay, I understand. She's absolutely not thinking. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Chapter 13. It's evolutionary. She furrowed her lavender eyebrows as she looked across the field they found in front of the berry forest that was suitable for battling. Why wasn't I allowed to explain myself again? She asked Brock, who was walking towards the rear center of the field where he would judge. I really have no idea, he shrugged. It was May's idea to battle you, after all. I think after this is over, you'll be able to tell your side of the story. But why does May want to battle me? Annabelle asked as she was walking away. I think she thinks you're trying to take Ash away from her something. That's her deal, not mine. On the other side of the field, Ash, May, Cindy, and Pikachu were getting ready for the battle as well. You need to be on your guard, May, Ash warned. She's a frontier brain for a reason. Pikachu spoke, nodding in agreement with Ash. I'm not worried, May said, smiling. I've seen her battle with you, so I already know what she can do. Clean her clock, May, Cindy cheered. I know she's up to no good. Happy, Cindy's baby Pokemon chirped. Little girl and gentlemen, Brock called, jokingly, please take your seats and we will let this battle begin. Ash, Pikachu, and Cindy sat in the grass next to Brock. Now, this one-on-one battle will begin. Each trainer will use just one Pokemon, and the winner will be decided when one of the battling Pokemon can't continue. Trainers, choose your Pokemon. Eevee, take the stage, they said, tossing the Pokeball containing her normal type. The red and white ball snapped open, and in a flash of light, May's evolution Pokemon stood on the battlefield. Eevee! Or, Blee! She said, shaking her fluff, trying her best to look tough. Oh, how cute! Annabelle said, smiling. It's just so darling! But now it's my turn to choose. She took a Pokeball from her pocket and tossed him into the air. Go, my friend! Her Pokeball snapped open, and a lavender Pokemon stood facing down Eevee. Halfway! Yep, the lavender Pokemon snapped her long forked tail around. Hey, that's her favorite Pokemon, Ash noted. Cindy dug her hand into Ash's pocket and took out his Pokedex. Before the boy could protest, she snapped it open and pointed at Annabelle's Pokemon. The Pokedex whirred a bit, and then a picture of the Pokemon appeared on the small screen. Espeon, the automated voice dictated. The Sun Pokemon. Espeon is one of the many evolved forms of Eevee, and Espeon is extremely loyal to any trainer it considers to be worthy. It is said to have developed precognitive powers to protect its trainer from harm. Cindy blinked. Cool. This Pokemon is going up against its evolved form. Ash gritted his teeth. Keep your focus on the battle, and you'll be able to win, May. She looked down on the field at her opponent. This was definitely more for her than it was to find out more about the brain's shady dealings. The coordinator could tell that she was eyeing Ash in a way that she was uncomfortable with. Perhaps framing the brain wasn't the best way to go about it, but one way or another, May was determined to make sure Annabelle didn't think she was able to just come in and steal her boyfriend. Trainers, are you ready? Brock called out. Let's have a good match, May, Annabelle said, smiling across the field. May, in contrast, frowned. She's just trying to psych me out. Sure, we'll have a good match. Let's begin! Brock finally said, throwing up his arms. Evie, you Shadow Ball! They called out. Evie opened her mouth wide, and in front of her, the shadows in the surrounding area seemed to come together around her mouth, forming an orb of darkness. May's Evie launched the dark attack right for Annabelle's Espeon. That's really effective, Cindy noticed from the sideline. Ghost type attacks are really effective against psychic type Pokemon. That must be why May chose Evie for this battle, Ash noted. From watching my battle with her, she knows that Annabelle only has psychic types. Espeon, Annabelle called out. Dodge, and get in close with quick attack. Espeon, with blinding speed, leapt out of the way of the incoming ghost type attack. And before May's eyes could even move back to her own Pokemon, Espeon was tackling Evie to the ground. Evie, go underground! May called to her Pokemon. Evie did as instructed, dove away from the Espeon and into the soft earth beneath her. Espeon, wait for Evie to come up and grab her with Psychic, Annabelle told her Pokemon mentally. The ground underneath Espeon began to crumble, but as Evie leapt through the ground to Espeon's underside, the Sun Pokemon leapt out of the way. Espeon's violent eyes began to glow, and Evie was wrapped in a blue light, carrying her into the air. Send her flying, Annabelle ordered mentally. As Espeon obeyed, and with a swish of her hand, Evie was hurtling through the air. Evie, you Shadow Ball, quick! They called out to her Pokemon. Evie, struggling against Espeon's mental powers, opened her mouth and formed another Shadow Ball. She launched it at Espeon just as she began to fall to Earth. Espeon, still focused on the Psychic attack, took the Shadow Ball head on, knocking her backwards onto her back. Espeon, can you keep on fighting? Annabelle's expression changed to worried. With a quick roll, Espeon stood back up, ready to continue. Yeah, we tech those! Alright, she continued. Let's let them make the mistake this time. Cindy raised an eyebrow from the sidelines. Why isn't Annabelle issuing any commands? Is she letting Espeon fend for herself? Ash shook his head. No, Annabelle has a gift that lets her communicate with Pokemon without talking. She's been communicating with Espeon this entire time, and it's taking its toll on May. The girl looked up to the frustrated coordinator. One could see a vein dropping on her forehead. It's not fair! I can't see her strategy, so I can't even counter, May thought. Let's do something she won't even expect then. Evie, go in with a tackle attack! They commanded. Evie, tottering side to side, began charging at Annabelle's Espeon. Perfect, the brain thought to her Pokemon. When she gets close enough, fire your Zap Cannon. That should finish the match. As Evie charged closer to Espeon, the Sun Pokemon watched her previous form closely. When the distance was proper, the jewel on her forehead began to glow. An orb of crackling electricity began to form. Espeon launched it towards Evie with incredible speed. May, watch out for that Zap Cannon! Ash called out to her from the sideline. Evie, jump over the Zap Cannon and use Shadow Ball! They commanded. Animal gasped as May's Pokemon easily cleared the Zap Cannon attack. From the peak of her jumping arc, Evie formed a Shadow Ball in her paw and tossed it quickly at the surprised Espeon. Jump and smack her down with Iron Tail, Annabelle thought quickly. Espeon jumped, and the Shadow Ball caught the Sun Pokemon's hind leg. The momentum caused Espeon to flip forward very quickly. As the flipping Espeon neared Evie, her tail began to glow. The Ironheart appendage crashed into Evie's back, knocking her down into the dirt. When the dust kicked up by the impact cleared, Espeon's hind legs were sprawled onto the ground, but her forelegs held the Pokemon up. Evie was completely flat against the ground, her eyes glazed over, and a tired smile on her face. Brock threw up his arms. Evie is no longer able to battle! The winners are Annabelle and Espeon! May quickly ran over across the field to her fallen Pokemon. May fell to her knees and scooped her up, coddling her closely. Oh, Evie, are you alright? She panicked. The dazed normal type responded, still not all the way there. That was a good battle, May, Annabelle said, holding out one of her hands, the other holding Espeon close. If one more Shadow Ball had hit, Evie wouldn't have been the loser here. May stood up and shook Annabelle's hand. The girl didn't smile, however, nor did she say anything. That was a great battle, you two, Brock said, trying to also break the tension himself. You did great out there, May, Ash said, sliding up next to her. Come on, let's take Evie to the Pokemon Center. All right, she said, hiding her bangs with her eyes. She began to lead the couple back. May began to lead the couple back to the Pokemon Center, where Evie was going to need a rest. Wait! Annabelle called back. You haven't let me tell my side of the story yet! She shouted as she gave chase. Huh. So, something interesting here. There's a sticky note for this next scene, but no song. So I guess I'm gonna have to guess what I had. But yeah, May is so cooked, yeah. Yeah, she was fried. Broiled, even. Flambéed, perhaps. But even if a date does win, what's to say that Annabelle tells the truth? True! But of course, there's also what... Unless, of course, as well, that May wouldn't believe the truth even if she told it to her. Yeah, Jack Sparrow. Making Jack Sparrow logic. The group all sat down at a booth in the Pokemon Center's lobby. May was still depressed over her loss, and gloomily rested her head on Ash's shoulder. Annabelle rolled her eyes from across the table, getting disgusted by how much May was getting Ash to baby her. Now, I want to tell you all what happened, Annabelle said. What Cindy saw wasn't wholly untrue. She looked back down at the blue tabletop, took a breath. I was there with Team Rocket and Tucker. That much is true. You just don't know the rest of the story after that. A large orange and black striped Pokemon howled as he was recalled into his Pokeball. Well done, Arcanine, Tucker said with a grin from within his hood. He turned back to the construction workers who had been knocked out in the battle. That'll teach you who you're messing with. I don't see why you gotta wear that cloak, Annabelle sighed. That's the theatrics, young Annabelle, Tucker replied. Whatever, she said, rolling her eyes. You three, he said, turning to the rockets hiding in the bushes. Or four, she recounted, spying a blue blobby psychic Pokemon. Whatever, just get over here and help move these unconscious workers. We need to get ready. Ready for what, my corrupt friends? James said, walking out of the bushes, rubbing his hands together. He was smiling very insecurely and caused Annabelle to step backwards. None of your business, Tucker boomed back. Just do your job. You don't have to shout, Yelp rumbled. He followed James closely and began helping him lift a moderately sized individual. This is our big opportunity for promotion, you two, Jesse said. Jesse bossed them around. You better not blow it, she heaved, lifting the smallest person available. Wah, about that, he said, snapping into a salute. You don't have to go opening your big meowth all the time, the Pokemon spat back. Is that Team Rocket? A voice said, coming from the bushes. Annabelle felt her skin turn pale. She knew that if this information got out, not only would her career be ruined, but the reputation of the entire battle frontier would be marred permanently. Behind her shoulder, she heard Tucker snicker. At least I have this cloak to conceal my identity. In the direction of the voice, there stood a young girl. Her blue hair was down in braids that fell down her back. But other than that, and her oddly familiar face, she was concealed in the bushes. Jess, isn't that the twerp's pal from Cerulean? James quickly pointed at the girl, poking her head from the bushes. Jessie grinned. That means the Turp and his Pikachu are coming too, she said, smiling devilishly. And if we grab her, we can use her as bait for Pikachu! Twerp? Annabelle thought. Pikachu? Ash! That girl must know Ash! I've gotta do something. No, Annabelle said, stepping forward. She's coming with me. Get back to work. What did you tell us? Jessie turned back to the frontier brain, furious. She said get back to work! Tucker's booming voice filled the air. Do you want us reporting you to Giovanni? Team Rocket audibly gulped. No, sir! They all agreed. Before Annabelle could start stepping over to the mysterious girl, she had already turned tail and fled. Oh, then I guess I'll just have to handle this, the woman grinned, sighing. Annabelle gave chase after the fleeing girl. She darted into the bushes and out of her path in the forest. As the salon maid had turned the corner, she heard the girl scream. She had fallen down just a few feet from where she was. Quickly racing over to where she fell, Annabelle turned the girl over and propped her up. Are you okay? She asked. The girl, though she was breathing, gave no response. Her eyes had fallen shut. Great, Annabelle sighed. She fainted. Annabelle took a transmitter from her pocket and flipped it on. Tucker, can you hear me? Annabelle, Tucker's voice came through. What happened with that girl? She fell in the woods and fainted, she responded. You can handle the rest of the operation yourself, right? Of course. Then I'm heading back to town to meet up with Greta, he said. I'm taking the girl with me. All right, good luck. Yeah, you're right, Aiden. You called it. You called it. Granted, I guess Select type trader Blaziken would have been much better. True, because, you know, fighting fire type, you know. But hey, Eevee, if Eevee just got another nat 20, or like another high enough roll to break through Espeon's armor class, she would have won. Hey, like, bet. She would have won. Brock sipped the soda. So, you're saying that you gave chase to protect Cindy from Team Rocket? Annabelle nodded. Of course I recognized them when I was assigned to this little project. And I knew that as soon as they started mentioning Pikachu that Ash was still in their sights. Tell us more about this project, Brock asked. Why were you going in for the Ruby? Annabelle sighed. I really have no idea. All I know is that Scott told Greta that if we didn't help, we would be removed from our positions as Frontier Brains. From my understanding, by talking to him, Tucker was told the same. Greta? Cindy tilted her head to the side. Who's that? Ash fielded that question. Greta's the arena tycoon, the Frontier Brain of the battle arena. Yes, Annabelle sighed. And she's a good friend from my childhood. May sat up. You mean that you met Greta before you two were Frontier Brains? Annabelle nodded. When we were kids and I didn't fully understand my gift, all the children at school would make fun of me when I said that I could talk to flowers and Pokemon. Greta stood up to those bullies for me, and we became friends. She was very interested in what flowers would say, and what her father's Pokemon were thinking. Even after she left to become a Pokemon trainer, Greta was always sending me emails. She was a great friend. Annabelle let out a sigh. Then, a few years after I'd become a trainer, she introduced me to Scott and the idea of the Battle Frontier. You don't sound too thrilled about that, Brock noted. Greta wanted me to become a brain, said. She knew that my gift would give me an edge in Pokemon battles, and she recommended me to Scott himself. In order to become a brain, you have to beat other brains, as you should know, Ash. Since there were only 5 brains at this time, all I had to do was beat one, and Scott chose Greta to be my opponent. That sounds hard, May sighed. Trying to fight your best friend to get in. I really didn't even want in, Annabelle sighed. I know Greta wanted me to join, and that's why... She closed her eyes. That's why Greta threw that battle for me. She didn't think I had what it takes to be a brain. She told me, Annabelle, I'm glad Scott let you join us here. It'll be great having my best friend around all the time. The way she said it sounded like even Scott could tell that she threw the match. Oh, wait, I don't get it, Ash interrupted. Why are you upset that Greta threw the match if you both got to hang out together? This was all before the 7th brain joined. After Brandon signed on without even having to battle, Scott changed. And so did Lucy and Tucker. So did Greta. She sighed again. At first, the Battle Frontier was going to be on an island. All the facilities would be close together, and lots of battles would go on every day. It was to be like a Pokemon battle theme park. But after Brandon joined, Scott's plans changed. He now set it in Kanto and spread the facilities so far around, I hardly ever got to see anyone anymore. Nolan was like a big brother to me, and now no one ever sees him. Spencer's turned into a hermit, from the stories I hear when Scott visits. And the rest of the brains have all come too busy with their works that to so much as call or anything. Aim does that sometimes, Rex said, trying to comfort the lavender-haired girl. I'm sure everyone got new responsibilities when the Battle Frontier got started. But how did Scott contract Team Rocket? Ash asked the group. Annabelle placed her head in her hands, covering her eyes. I have no idea. I have no idea, began to whimper. May looked at the girl. She had bitter memories to the group, painful memories of rejection by her friends and getting pulled into something that she didn't even want to be a part of. She reached across the table and took Annabelle's hand into her own and smiled at her. It's all right, Annabelle. We're going to solve this mystery, and when we do, we're going to find out what happened to Greta. May. Annabelle looked up with her teary violet eyes into May's sapphire gaze. Ash then stood up and grinned with confidence. That's right! We'll help set the Battle Frontier straight and help the brains get against whatever's forcing them to do bad stuff. Pika Pika! Pikachu grinned from Ash's shoulder. Annabelle. Cindy looked at her feet. I'm sorry that I was suspicious of you. Thank you for protecting me. She stood up and bowed to the brain respectfully. Brock raised a quizzical eyebrow, however. But then what were you two doing in Berry Forest? Annabelle let out another sigh. After we learned that Tucker had a run-in with Ash and May, we knew that something had to be done. Tucker told Greta about Cindy's connection to you guys. And then... You can do this, right? The blonde girl asked. She stood up and tugged on her back in red gi, making sure it fit right. Annabelle looked over to the child as she slept on a sofa. I don't know, Greta. She's just a kid. I don't think she should be brought into this. But if Ash and his friends tell anyone what they saw, there will be no more battle frontier. The blonde said, glaring at her sky blue eyes at Annabelle. Well, maybe I don't want to be a brain anyway, Annabelle grumbled. The blonde stomped her sneaker into the ground, adding a verbal oish to the impact. What did you say? Nothing, Annabelle sighed. What do you want me to do again? Use your powers to hypnotize this girl, the blonde reminded her. I know you can do it. That doesn't make it right, Annabelle shot back. I shouldn't use my gift to hurt people. The girl turned her back to the salon maid. I thought we were friends, Annabelle. I thought I could get your help when I needed it, like I helped you in the past. Annabelle's heart felt another pin open up into it. Clenching her eyes shut for a moment to force her tears down again, she stood up and walked over to the unconscious child. She's been out cold since she fainted in the woods this morning, Annabelle said. Forgive me, she thought to the girl as she placed her hand on her forehead. She read the girl's mind and saw what she was dreaming about in her unconscious state. She was wandering a vast, bright forest, searching for something. With a deep breath, Annabelle began to focus her mind. She tapped on the girl's thoughts, and soon the body began to sit up, eyes still shut. Her eyelids slowly opened, but the orbs within remained dim, focused on some faraway, unseen object. The blonde jumped up. Awesome! You really did it! However, the startling jump caused Annabelle to lose her concentration. The girl fell backwards again, resuming her undisturbed slumber. Annabelle fell back into a sitting position, sweat pouring down her head, panting deeply. Blonde stepped over. What happened? Why did she fall back down? It requires the utmost concentration, Annabelle said, panting. When you spoke, I couldn't focus. She shook her head. And unless you couldn't tell, it's already really taxing as it is. The blonde scowled. Oh, then pick up the kid and let's go. Annabelle should have invested in Morecaster, is all I'm saying. She would have had advantage on concentration saving throws. Also, the whole frontier is corrupt, because Greta's the frontier brain from the battle arena. Yup. The fighting type trainer with the Hadiyama and Medicham. Yep. Obviously, Brandon wouldn't have to battle anyone. He had the 3 Reggies. With 3 other super strong ones, it'd be hard to beat him anyway. Well, wait, doesn't Nolan have an Articuno? Or is that Spencer? One of those two. One of them is at least friends with an Articuno. So, you know. So, I mean... Come on. Annabelle continued. Greta's plan was to lead you into the forest. If Cindy couldn't beat you in a Pokemon battle, I was supposed to ambush you and capture you then. What made you stop then? May asked, deeply interested in the story. Not only is it really hard to control someone like that, Annabelle explained, but it's impossible to do when someone's conscious. Cindy's fainting allowed me to hijack her body, sort of. As I practiced my control, I must have tired her out, and she ended up sleeping again. Of course, I ended up sleeping a lot, too. It's difficult. She turned her eyes back to Cindy. I'm really sorry that I had to do it. I never wanted to hurt you. Cindy sat stunned silence, leaving Brock to continue the conversation. So, what happened when we found Cindy in the forest? I knew that Cindy was your friend, so I was able to suppress that. I didn't know what she was looking for in her dream, though. That happened to be Happiny. When she saw Happiny, the real Cindy broke through and caused a sort of backlash. She fainted, as you know, and I did as well. That's apparently where Ash and Pikachu found me, a few meters away under a tree. May blinked in awe. So you can control people over a distance? Not very well, as you could tell, she laughed. Cindy was on autopilot. I was just making sure she didn't break character. But if I was close by when you all came up, I would have lost my concentration, and she would have fainted again. Annabelle then turned to Ash. I'm just glad Ash was there to save both of us. I don't want to think about what would have happened if he didn't come help us. A small blush colored her cheeks. Brock smiled, standing. Well, as long as this is all sorted out, we should probably get back to Cindy's Uncle Gus in 2 Island. Who? Cindy said, raising an eyebrow and tilting her head. Your Uncle Gus, who told us that you were in... May said, realizing gradually what was going on. It's a trap, Ash growled. Pikachu added his distaste for the situation. We were never supposed to be able to return from the forest. All eyes turned to the salon maiden, who cracked a grin. Don't worry, I have a plan. Okay, so Annabelle's not corrupt, and presumably because of what happened in the cave, Brandon isn't either. And the old man has supposedly turned into a hermit, but at least 4 remaining brains are corrupt, and we have to assume the other 2 are also. It's a mystery, right? It seems that people's allegiances aren't entirely clear. Am I right? The mystery thickens, as it were. Oh, okay. Well, apparently I have a content warning here for this chapter. Well, I guess we're doing this then. All right. Because obviously not a brainer, he'd have been recognized. Or who is this Gus person? Yeah, that's a good question. Also a good question. Obviously not a brain, that is true. Probably. All right. Chapter 15, The Many Shapes of Friendship. And I should state that there's a content warning for this chapter for assault. Viewer discretion is advised, as always. Okay, I gotta find the right song, though. It was another clear night on 3 Island. Ash, May, Cindy, Brock, and Pikachu had been asleep for a few hours. Annabelle only pretended to fall asleep. However, her mind was very much preoccupied. She looked over to the bottom bunk across from her. Because she wanted to stay in the same room as Ash and his friends, 2 people had to share a bed. Though, of course, May was the first to volunteer that she and Ash spend the night together. Cindy raised an eyebrow, but said nothing, while Brock merely laughed. Annabelle felt her stomach tie itself up looking over, seeing May wrap her arms around Ash as they both snoozed quietly. She tried turning over to ignore it, but she could still see it in her mind. She tried to override it with thoughts about tomorrow, about the plan, and how things are going to have to go in order to pull it off. I love you, Ashy, she heard May lazily yawn from behind her, breaking her concentration again. She turned over again and glared through the darkness over at May. The coordinator's face was buried in Ash's chest, and Annabelle thought she could see a bit of drool coming from her mouth. Shuddering, she slipped out of bed, stepped into her shoes, and walked outside, closing the door as quietly as she could. The door closing, however, snapped Pikachu awake. The electric Pokemon, who was curled up next to Ash, twitched his ears and sat up. He looked across the room and saw Annabelle's empty bed. Pikachu, the mouse Pokemon quietly said, shaking Ash. Pikachu, Ash yawned. We're not even in Pallet Town yet. Eat the cake when we get there. Pikachu sighed. Waking Ash would not be an easy matter. But I want the cake, he heard May say when she sat up, rubbing her eyes with her hand. Pikaka! Pikachu smiled. He pointed across the room to where Annabelle was supposed to be sleeping. The coordinator looked over and saw that her bed was empty as well. Annabelle? Where'd she go? She yawned. Pikachu hopped down from the bed and pointed at the door. May slipped out of bed and into her shoes. She opened the door and poked her head out. Pikachu, I don't know where she went. I'm sleepy and I'm not wearing any pants, so I'm going back to... Just then, Pikachu darted out of the room, down the hall towards the Pokemon Center's lobby. Oh, come on, Pikachu! I'm tired! Don't make me chase you! When the Pokemon disappeared around the corner, May sighed and gave chase down the hall. Before she stepped around the corner, though, she poked her head around the corner to see Chansey smiling at her. Up! Screw you? Oh, wow. 3 hours really fast. My goodness, they have! Crazy. I mean, crazy. May straightened the long yellow shirt she routinely slept in to make sure it covered her underwear. As the girl stepped around the corner, she saw Pikachu open the automatic door to the Pokemon Center and dash outside. Pikachu! Pikachu! She whined again. At this point, she knew that if something had happened to him, Ash would be furious. Against her better judgment, she ran outside, following Pikachu down the road. Annabelle sat in the field where she battled May earlier that day. She felt confused on the inside. She knew that Ash was May's boyfriend and that she shouldn't do anything. But even so, Ash had a certain quality to him that just drew the salon maiden to this wandering trainer. What am I gonna do? She asked herself. May's so suspicious of me, but I really like Ash. I shouldn't try to take him away from her. That's just wrong. But my heart doesn't feel the same way as my mind does. She placed a hand on her chest, up it over her heart. I really like him. A lot. But he's taken. What am I gonna do? Pikachu! She heard May's voice call. Annabelle stood up and turned around. The small yellow Pokemon had found her and left out of the bushes that were behind her. Pikachu! May's coming! She tried to tell him. Stay quiet! The Pokemon responded calmly to her. Pikachu? May stepped through the bushes carefully, trying not to scrape her bare legs against any branches. Annabelle just looked May in the eyes, although her bright yellow shirt did stand out like a sore thumb. May smiled when she saw Annabelle. I'm glad Pikachu found you, Annabelle. The salon maiden turned around and huffed. May, why did you follow me? Well, I was actually following Pikachu, she laughed, plucking the Pokemon from the ground and placing him in her hair. Pikachu's the one who followed you. Well, Pikachu, Annabelle said, turning around, looking into the small creature's dark eyes. Why did you follow me? Pikachu, knowing she could sense his thoughts, just twitched his ears. I see, she said. They blinked, still confused. What? Pikachu followed me because he's looking out for Ash's interests, Annabelle said. And Ash knows you're worried about me, so Pikachu's looking after you by keeping an eye on me. Oh, said May, furrowing her eyebrows in confusion. May, why don't you trust me? I do, she said, looking up, a frown on her face. Annabelle frowned back. No, you don't. You trust me to help out tomorrow, but you don't trust me to keep my hands off of your boyfriend. May stepped back. Well, so what if I'm a little bit protective? A little bit, Annabelle scoffed. You were turning green when you saw us together in the morning, and you challenged me to that battle only because you were jealous. Hurt, May stepped back again. I'm afraid of you, Annabelle. You've got your gift, your prestige, and you even befriended Ash really quickly. You just seem to have so much more than I do. I feel like I just don't measure up. I feel like, compared to you, I'm third rate, and Ash would be much happier with you. Annabelle chuckled and turned her back again. She looked up at the mostly full moon that had already begun to wane. I'm the one who should be jealous, May, she said back. Really? May stepped forward again. Why? You get to travel around wherever you want. I have to stay in one place. You get to follow your dreams, and I'm stuck battling challenger after challenger. Then she took a deep breath. You're also much more beautiful than I am. Compared to you, I'm just a lily standing next to a beautiful rose. And Ash loves you. One of the reasons you are who you are is because of the love he poured out on you. The beautiful rose gets pollinated by the hummingbird and becomes fruitful, while the lily prays for the winds to bring her someone who can make her own dreams come true. That's why I am to be jealous of you, May. Annabelle, May whispered. Next to you, May, I feel third rate, she tried to joke. The only reason I'm even part of the battle frontier is because my gift gives me an edge in battles. Without that, I'd never even be able to beat you or Ash. I'm just a poser in a world of powerful trainers. That's not true, May said, trying to boost her confidence. You're a great trainer and you have great Pokemon. Pika Pika, the Pokemon added. Annabelle turned to May, smiling. I wish I could be like you, May. Confident, strong, lucky. I'm not that great, May blushed, waving her off. Annabelle looked into her eyes. You are, May. Why do you think Drew was enamored with you? Or why Ash fell in love with you? You're a great coordinator. You have great Pokemon, and you have the heart of an excellent young man. Annabelle began to walk past her, back towards the Pokemon Center. I'm feeling better now, she said. I'm gonna go back to sleep now. May and Pikachu just watched her walk into the darkness towards town. Did you tell her about Drew? She looked up at the Pokemon in her head. Pikachu. The mouse responded, as if to say, not intentionally. And Ash has 3 women now who want him, and then there's me. I know, right? Lucky, base. Lucky base turd. Oh, I don't want to even know I exist. No, that's not true. She does. She does know you exist. Just gotta keep getting in there. Gotta keep getting in there, man. Oh, by the way. Is this the one that has it? Ah, it is. She doesn't like actually know you exist, but you've been talking to her. You interact with her. You know, you got this. You got this. Gotta put yourself out there and broadcast your existence even more. Be present. You know, like Brock does. Actually, no, not like Brock does. Please don't do that. There's a very fitting song related to that, though, which is that playlist I was thinking of the other. Oh, true! I still need to look at that. I'm a bad friend. I haven't looked at that. I haven't looked at it yet. Gosh dang it. Thank you for reminding me of all the stuff that I need to do. Because I'm a dumb butt. God, you wish you could do it like Brock does it? No! It's a trap! Don't do it! Don't do it! I'm far from a bad friend. No. Listen. I have high standards for myself. But anyway. Oh, read the very last message I gave you. I meant every word of it too. I will do. Will do, Aiden. Will do. A boat pulled up to the port of 2 Island. A man in a black suit stepped away from his post and approached the docking vessel. A lavender-haired girl stepped out of the door and began lowering the ramp from the ship. Who are you? The man in black asked, peering from under his dark hat. The girl smirked. I'm Annabelle, Salon Maiden and Frontier Brain of the Battle Tower. I returned with that which I was charged to get. The man quickly jumped and straightened the R in his black shirt. Miss Annabelle, Miss Greta has been waiting for your return as well as the capture of the Pokemon trainers who have been disrupting our operation. Annabelle smiled. Well, I'm back now, and I've got them, so I'll just take them to the base now. Yes, ma'am. As Annabelle stepped out from the door, Ash and May, and behind them, Brock and Cindy, followed Annabelle 2 by 2 down the ramp. All of them had their eyes halfway shut, and followed Annabelle silently. Annabelle led the prisoners to what looked like an arcade at the edge of the dusty town. The paint job was done in purple, and many bright lights outlined the building. Annabelle stepped in front of the glass door, and it automatically slid open. Motioning to the people behind her, she began to step inside. A man in the back of the dim room stepped forward. Annabelle, his booming voice said. I'm glad to see that you're all right. We were becoming worried. I'm fine, Tucker, she said, rolling her eyes in the darkness. Can I just take them to the lower floors where they can stay imprisoned? Well, you can take those 2, he said, pointing at Brock and Cindy. But I have a little score to settle with Ash Ketchum and his little girlfriend. Tucker stepped around the group and raised an eyebrow. How come they're not bound or anything? He asked. I got them under my mind control, Annabelle said. They're completely obedient to what I say. Tucker placed his hand on his chin. Interesting. I'm sure you could have some fun with a trick like that. Annabelle's face turned deep red. Tucker, that's gross! Don't talk like that! Tucker merely snickered. I was only kidding, Annabelle. You're even more on edge than usual. The dome ace walked behind the counter and pressed a button. The wall next to it opened up, showing an elevator. Go ahead and take them down to see Greta. I put her in charge of the rest of the prisoners. Annabelle nodded and led the group of Pokemon trainers under her care into the rather large elevator. Tucker pressed the button again, and the door slid closed, encasing the entire group in darkness. Ash's backpack opened up, and Pikachu stuck his head out to get a breath of fresh air. Shh! Ash whispered back. Get back inside, Pikachu. We're not ready to blow our cover yet. Sighing, the electric Pokemon slid back inside and zipped up the pack again. Although this time, he made sure to leave a small air hole for himself to breathe. Stay quiet, Annabelle instructed. When we get the chance, we'll be able to turn the tables on Greta. Why are we doing this again? Cindy questioned. I mean, couldn't we just call the cops or something? Annabelle sighed. I don't want my friends to get arrested. I'm sure I can reason with Greta, and both of us can reason with Tucker. And if we can't, Brock added, we'll have to be able to stop their operations here anyway. So we're gonna try to break them down from the inside? Cindy asked again. That's the plan, Annabelle said with a nod. Now be quiet. We're almost to the floor. In a few moments, the elevator opened up its doors to a long hallway that was lined with what seemed to be prison cells. Lots of families were huddled together, crying. Other cells held people shouting at the rocket guards who paid them no heed. At the end of the hall, a metal door was cracked open, with sounds of someone shouting, Oish! Coming from the room. Ash and his friends tried to avert their eyes from the suffering of the people in the cells, but made notice that she didn't see any Pokemon among them. She did see, however, a familiar old woman meditating in her cell, who looked up when Annabelle led them through. She cracked a wry grin and nodded to May, knowing that the coordinator was watching. Annabelle opened the door into the room that was set up like a dojo. A girl with thickly curled blonde hair stood in the middle, training her Pokemon in punches and kicks, saying "Whoosh!" after each one. One of the Pokemon next to her was large and rotund. He didn't ball up his fist when he moved, instead thrusting his arms forward, palms open. He was mostly covered in pale skin, with large dark eyebrows and an orange torso. His thighs were dark-colored, and his feet were also orange. To her right was a different Pokemon. Her head was mostly pink, with large eyes focused on her training. Her long arms had their hands balled up into fists like her trainer, although they seemed to shimmer with frost on them. Her body was also pale, down to her legs, which looked like she wore baggy pants, where it returned to the pink color on her head. Hey, Greta, Annabelle spoke up, interrupting the training. The girl turned back and looked at Annabelle. She told her Pokemon to take a break and approached the salon maiden, straightening her black gi as she walked. Annabelle, I was getting worried about you. How'd your little trip go? Annabelle smiled. Look for yourself, she said, stepping to the side. The group had all resumed their mind control to act, leaving their eyes half shut and mouths partially open. Annabelle smiled. Looks really good. Or, no, Annabelle smiled. Oh, okay, that's, okay, so... Alright, so that's a typo. It's actually Greta saying this. Greta smiled. Looks really good. Isn't that really tough for you to keep going? I mean, you had lots of problems only a few days ago. I found a better way to do it, Annabelle explained. I can keep it under my control easy. Greta smiled. Great. The sooner we find what we're looking for, the sooner we can get this over with. So, what are we looking for exactly? Some rock that Scott said his benefactor needs, from what I can gather, Greta said, shrugging. And this benefactor has also given us facilities like this and the extra manpower? I guess, Greta shrugged. The guy must be loaded. Why are there so many people in the cells here? Well, the rock could apparently be buried anywhere on some islands, so we may have to dig up some houses, Greta explained. It's for their own good. Why does Scott's benefactor need this rock? Annabelle questioned again. You're asking a lot of questions for someone who just got back, Greta said, becoming indignant. I should ask you what took so long on 3 Island. These kids should have just fallen into your hands, but it took 2 whole days. What was the holdup? Annabelle gulped. The local law enforcement slowed down their trip to Berry Forest and slowed me down on their way out. Greta raised an eyebrow. Really? She asked skeptically. Annabelle nodded. They really hate people from the Kanto region. Fortunately, I was able to sneak through the town without being caught. Greta stepped around the group, eyeing Ash in particular. Didn't this one have a Pikachu? She asked. Scott said that we need to get that Pokemon too. Why Pikachu? Greta stomped her feet to the ground. I don't know! She shouted. Where is the stupid thing? Thinking quickly, Annabelle said. Annabelle said, it ran off during the battle I had against them in the forest. I couldn't find it, and I was told how important one Pokemon was to the entire thing. You all kept me in the dark the entire... Greta brought her hand across Annabelle's face. Don't talk to me like that! You'll do what I say, got it? Annabelle, shocked, looked at the ground. Yes, ma'am, she whimpered. That's better, Greta huffed. She grinned at Ash and his friends, noticing a slight, momentary change in their demeanor. Hey, Annabelle, she said. Did you tell me how you had a crush on the boy here? Annabelle blushed, causing the red cheek to get brighter. Yeah? What about it? Greta grinned. Well, since you have him under your control, why not have him kiss you? Annabelle audibly swallowed. I've been focusing on the mission. That didn't seem like professional behavior. Oh, come on, Annie! Greta smirked again, nudging her. I know you have the hots for him. Let's get him to kiss you. This may be your only chance. Annabelle looked into Greta's green eyes, then at Ash, and then May. She looked at May for a few seconds, knowing that doing what both Greta and she herself wanted to do would be betraying the coordinator's trust. Annabelle stuttered. I'm not interested. Oh, that's a lie, Anna. Come on. Anna. Oh, that's a lie, Annie. Come on, do it. He can't do anything. Annabelle looked over at Ash again. Although he had kept his cool and remained still, he was sweating bullets. Looking into May's mind revealed a fire that threatened to consume her with rage. But will I ever have this chance again? Annabelle gulped and stepped towards Ash. Forgive me, she thought, projecting into Ash's minds. She placed her hands on the sides of Ash's face and pulled his face into hers. His eyes widened and his pupils shrank as Annabelle probed his mouth with her tongue. He remained eerily still, not moving any part of his body at all. His face, however, involuntarily turned bright red as the frontier brain continued releasing her passion on him. After a moment that seemed like hours to Annabelle, Ash, and May, she broke the kiss and allowed both of them to breathe. Why on earth did you do that? May shouted, hurt and anger in her voice. Greta smirked. I knew it! She looked over at Annabelle. I knew you were lying to me! I wasn't lying! Annabelle defended herself. The kiss broke my control for a second! She shot a quick look at May. It's back on now! Oh, stop trying to play me like an idiot! Greta shot back. I saw how hard it was for you to control one little girl. Don't try to fool me into thinking you can control 4 people at the same time! Annabelle stepped back in front of Ash and May. She could feel the brunette's eyes burning a hole through her. Greta, please stop! What you're doing is hurting people! I have to if I don't want the battle frontier to get demolished! Greta fired back. Don't you realize that without this benefactor, there'd have been no more battle frontier? We'd be out in the streets! Don't you realize that this benefactor is connected to Team Rocket? These people are professional criminals! We don't need to get mixed up with them! That doesn't matter anymore. We're already in this. What matters is getting what we need to stay afloat. Even if it hurts people and Pokemon? Greta gulped. What about us? What about the Frontier Brains? We need the help or we'll get shut down! Are you saying you'll turn your back on your friends? They're not my friends as much as they're yours, Annabelle spat. I know you threw the match so I would be let in. No one's really taking me seriously. I'm just a little kid like these kids are. Greta brought her fist into Annabelle's face, knocking the girl backwards. Ash caught her as she fell to the ground. She held her face where she was punched, and touched the place that seemed hurt. She looked at her hand and saw red smears across her skin. Never talk back to me like that again, Greta growled, her green eyes burning with anger. After all I've done for you, you have no right to say those kinds of things to me. Why'd you do that to your friend? Ash shot. After Annabelle stabilized, he stood up. You two have been through a lot together and you do that to her? Pikachu leapt out of the pack and onto his shoulder. Pika! The Pokemon added. Disrespect warrants punishment, she said, looking back at him. Instead of capturing you, she became one of you. I don't think I didn't hear your little elevator conversation. I just wanted her here so that she could see the price of failure. Cindy cupped her hands over her mouth, knowing that she was the one who blew their cover. You're no friend of hers, Ash growled back. You're just a bully! You're making her do things that she doesn't want to do, and you hit her when she tried to talk to you! Pikachu flashed sparks from his cheeks at Greta. And his trainer grinned to his partner. See, Greta? We're ready to battle now. Ash, don't! Annabelle pleaded, tugging at his pant leg. It's too dangerous. May bit her lip. Ash was standing up for Annabelle. Wasn't this like when he stood up for other people? Did the kiss cause him to fall in love with Annabelle? May, her knees shaking, stepped next to Ash. I'm scared, Ash, she whispered. He didn't take his gaze off of Greta. There's nothing to be afraid of, May, he whispered back. We can beat Greta and however many rockets she throws at us. That's not exactly what I'm afraid of, she whispered again. Ash sighed. If you're worried, that was the grossest kiss anyone's ever given me, he chuckled. Her breath still tasted like Brock's cooking, only a few hours older. Giggling, May reached for a Pokeball. All right, but I want to have a word with her when this is all done. Annabelle looked up at May. The brunette seemed to be taking this better than expected, but she could still hear seething rage coming from the Pokemon coordinator. She must really want to talk, Annabelle gulped. She then looked at Greta, who was calling her Pokemon over to begin battling. What's happened to her, she thought. She used to be my friend, and now she's a monster. Is my Greta still in there, or is she gone forever? Behind the entire scene that was playing out in the front, Cindy and Brock were holding the door closed as best they could. I can't believe it was my big mouth that got us into this mess, she whined, pressing most of her weight on the door. Brock grunted as he shoved the door back closed. Well, we'd have blown it eventually, he said, trying to comfort her. At least we have the brain in here by herself instead of having to fight Tucker too. How are we gonna get out? Cindy panicked. We can't fight all of them. We can't, Brock smiled, slipping a hand in his pocket. He pulled out what looked to be a rather old, tarnished Pokeball. But I know someone who can. What is Giovanni with the Ruby and Sapphire? To have gone to the extent of needing to employ the battle frontiers to frontier brains to grab them. Who knows? Is it even Giovanni? I mean, it probably is, considering it's Team Rocket, but... But, you know, who knows? To be honest, Annabelle should be the one battling right now. Her psychic types would beat Greta easily, apart from the Medicham, but it'd still be neutral damage. True. That is true. That is true. But, I don't know, maybe she had one too many hits on the noggin from Greta's punching. You know? She's probably still very much in shock. But, you know, I imagine she's still very much in shock. But anyway. Oh, well, in the anime, Giovanni never stopped being the leader of Team Rocket, but I don't know who else it could be other than him. And that is true. That very well could be true, though, to be fair. That's true. She did just get socked in the face. Yes! She did just get socked in the face. Her brain might be a little bit scrambled. But hopefully not. We'll see. Chapter 16. Hostel and Greta. Hariyama! Medicham! Greta barked. It's time to teach these children a lesson. The Pokemon looked up and nodded, and rushed forward as Ash, May, and Annabelle stepped back, making room. Hey, you're barely older than us, May huffed, annoyed at the disrespectful brain. You ready, Pikachu? Ash asked his longtime partner. The electric Pokemon hopped off his shoulder and sparked at the opposing Pokemon. Go, Beautifly! May said, tossing her Pokeball into the air. Beautifly appeared and gave up its sparkling contest entrance. Ash, May, Annabelle gulped. Brock, we need a way out! Ash shouted back. Can you do something? I thought you'd never ask, Brock said with a smile. He jumped away from the door, and it swung open, knocking Cindy backwards, causing her to slide across the smooth wooden floor. Brock tossed his old, tired Pokeball into the air. Steelix, let's go! The tarnished ball snapped open, and a huge Iron Snake Pokemon appeared. Rotating spikes spun on about every other link in its massive metal body. Steel and ground type gave the rockets who were clogging the doorway a big, toothy grin. Now, Steelix, charge through them! Brock shouted. Huge Pokemon seemed to laugh with a low, guttural tone, and then dove through the wall, producing a rather large hole. All the people who were trying to charge into the room were being knocked backwards, being knocked by the wayside as Steelix charged forward towards the back. The wizened battle veteran made sure to snake his way up the hallway, just enough to knock the cell doors down and free the prisoners. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt! Ash commanded. The mouse Pokemon dodged one of Hariyama's wide palms and shot the arm thrust Pokemon with a bolt of electricity. Hariyama, shake it off and use Focus Punch, Greta commanded. Medicham, knock down Bluetooth with a high jump kick. Yeah, using a high jump kick against a bug flying type? Yeah, that's gonna end well. As Pikachu effortlessly dodged the Focus Punch, Medicham flew at high speed through the air at Beautifly. Beautifly, dodge and tie up Medicham's feet with String Shot! They fought back. Beautifly climbed up through the air and Medicham flew right beneath it. The butterfly Pokemon shot a sticky string from her mouth and caught Medicham by one of her legs. The Meditate Pokemon lost control of her momentum and crashed into the ground, breaking the wooden panels. Medicham struggled to get to her feet, but May wasn't exactly going to give her a chance. Beautifly blew her away with Gust! May's bug and flying Pokemon flapped her wings rapidly, blowing Medicham through the air. The psychic and fighting Pokemon tumbled across the ground, becoming confused as her up and down seemed to be trading places. Brock and Cindy ran over the fallen rockets, following Steelix down the hallway. Everyone! Brock shouted. Let's keep following Steelix! He'll make a tunnel that'll lead you all to the surface! But what about our Pokemon? The young man asked. They took them away from us when they arrested us. Brock grit his teeth and turned to Cindy. Cindy, lead these people out of here. I've got to go rescue their Pokemon. He turned back to the man. Do you know where they're being held? I think on the floor just above this one, the man responded. Steelix just tore through these walls like they were nothing, right? We'll need a Pokemon with similar power to just tunnel upwards. I got it! Brock said, smiling. He ran back towards the room where Ash and May were battling Greta. Hariyama wheezed as Pikachu leapt away again, and Beautifly had Medicham pinned to the floor with String Shot. Gutsy as she was, Greta was no match for the combined power of Ash and May's Pokemon. Greta! Tucker's voice boomed from the back of the room. The Dome slid down a pole that had lowered itself from the ceiling. What's going on here? Greta grit her teeth as she stepped back. Annabelle's a turncoat. She led the trainers here so they could take us out now! Tucker looked around, seeing Annabelle hide behind Ash. He smiled. Well, well, he broadcasted. It seems like little Annabelle's got some spunk after all. He stepped forward towards May and Ash's Pokemon. Pikachu and Beautifly blocked his way, shouting at him. So, you want to fight? Tucker said with a smile. Fine then, go! Oh, wait. He tossed two Pokeballs out from his hands, and they stopped open. And Tucker's Swampert and Arcanine both appeared, roaring and ready to fight. Annabelle, Ash said, you need to get out of here. May swallowed her fear and followed up. He's right. Follow Brock and get out of here. Just then, Brock came in through the door. Annabelle, he shouted. I need your help for something! Annabelle was startled. What? What's going on? You gotta hurry! Come on! Brock motioned her to follow him, and then she stood up and ran out the door. Ash, now alone with his partner, smiled at May. Thanks for staying here with me. May smiled back. Why wouldn't I? I'd never miss the chance. I'd never miss the best part with the best man. Oh, I know. Also, yeah. Steelix my goat! Let's go! Yeah! Yeah! Enough! Tucker shouted. Now we begin! Brock and Annabelle came to the empty, destroyed hallway. It even seemed that the rockets had found a way to escape the unexpected assault. Annabelle blinked, looking around the empty room. What am I supposed to do? It looks like you had everything handled. Use your Metagross to bust a hole in the ceiling here. There are stolen Pokemon in the room just above this one. Steelix just tore through these walls like paper, so your Metagross, who is also a Steel type, should be able to as well. Annabelle nodded and took a Pokeball from her belt. Come, my friend! She tossed the ball into the air. When it snapped open, a huge blue Pokemon stood in the middle of the ruined room. 4 powerful metallic legs held the Pokemon up. Red and black eyes focused on Annabelle, and Brock could almost see a smile on the Pokemon's mouth, located on its underside. Metagross, can you go up there and use your Meteor Mash to break a hole in the ceiling? Annabelle asked. He groaned in acknowledgement, and brought its 4 legs into its main body. Using magnetic force, the iron-like Pokemon floated towards the ceiling. When it was within striking distance, the Pokemon lurched out one of its legs and smashed a hole clear through the ceiling. Metagross floated itself up and began attacking unseen enemies. The Pokemon breeder looked over to the Frontier Brain, who seemed to be concentrating. And he smiled. Remember, he whispered, free the Pokemon and lead them outside. The safest way would be for them to go through Steelix's tunnel. Annabelle nodded, but said nothing, keeping her thoughts on Metagross. I'm going to follow Cindy now and help her out. I don't know how many rockets may have followed her in Steelix, but she may need my help if they can't get far enough. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt! Ash ordered. Pikachu, panting, leapt out of the way of another Swampert's palms and shot a bolt of electricity at him. Swampert shook off the shock and continued chasing Pikachu around the room. Beautifly, try to dodge it! May panicked. Her Pokemon tried dodging as well as she could, but Tucker's Arcanine shot her Fire Blast right on the mark, scorching Beautifly and sending her across the room. They started to run over, but Arcanine cut her off, growling in intimidation at the coordinator. She backed off momentarily, trying to ease the growling Pokemon by holding her hands up in surrender. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt on Arcanine! Ash shouted. Pikachu leapt away from Swampert again and leapt into the air. Pikachu channeled his energy into a bolt that struck Arcanine right on her head, knocking the so-called legendary Pokemon off her feet. Swampert, knock Pikachu out with Mud Shot! Tucker laughed. The Mudfish Pokemon opened his large maw and shot wads of wet dirt at the airborne Electro-type. Pikachu's back was struck, and the mouse Pokemon tumbled to the ground beside Beautifly. Why are they not sending out more Pokemon? Because the Pokemon League rules only say one Pokemon at a time. Right? Smile. Pikachu! Ash shouted. As he ran over to his partner in panic, Swampert leapt in the way and held his fist over Pikachu's head. If you don't stop this foolishness now, Tucker warned, I'll have to take it out on your Pokemon there. The Ace's eyes shot at May. And don't even think about trying to use your Pokeballs to call for aid or to save them. Swampert will crush your friend at the first sign of resistance. Ash grit his teeth. Tried so hard. Can't lose now. May lowered her hand from her pack. There's nothing we can do without endangering our Pokemon, Ash. He's won. Tucker snickered. I'm glad you're seeing things our way now, young lady. Now please, the Sapphire. May blinked. The what? Tucker snapped his fingers. You know what I mean, you brat! Give it to me! May stepped back, scared. I have no idea what you mean. Tucker's face twisted in anger. So you lied? He thought out loud. Ash blinked. What's going on? Just then, large, thick vines shot up from the ground beneath Swampert and tossed the Pokemon across the room at Tucker. The surprised brain dodged in time, but was still flabbergasted. What's the meaning of this? He shouted. An old woman slid in from the side of the hole where the door used to be. That would be the fruits of training, young man, she smirked. Ash and May immediately recognized the woman. Doris, you're safe! They laughed as Ash ran over to Pikachu and Beautifly. Doris laughed herself. Oh, well, someone had to hold down the fort while you youngins took too long to get back from your little trip. But what happened? Ash asked, holding up Pikachu with a tired Beautifly resting on his head. I'll explain later, she said. Right now, we have a Frontier Brain to stop. When the group turned around, they saw Tucker attending to a Swampert. The Pokemon was unharmed, just taken by surprise. After which, he saw that Arcanine had recovered from the shock that Pikachu gave her earlier. Tucker smiled. Well, I guess we have round 2 then, don't we? Where are these phantom Pokemon of yours that can create vines from nothing? From the hole stepped out Ash's Sceptile, complete with a twig in his mouth. He smiled at his opposition, ready to be commanded by his trainer once again. Sceptile, he said, snorting loudly at Swampert. Behind Swampert came May's starter Pokemon. Her face lit up with a grin as she leapt between May and Arcanine. Blaze Pokemon put her fists up, ready to try her new strength in battle. So, these are the Pokemon under the training of the Ghost of the Cape, Tucker said, smiling. Your reputation precedes you, ma'am. Had you not retired so long ago, you may have been offered to become a Frontier Brain. No thanks, Sonny, Doris mocked him. Not after I see what you're all like, anyway. Well, now that you're against us, Tucker responded, I'm afraid that I'll have to discipline your students. Now, let us begin. A large roaring came from a grassy field outside the small town on Two Island. A huge Pokemon broke the ground in the field, snaking his way out of the ground. Cindy and people who had been taken prisoner all followed the Pokemon out. Cheers of jubilation filled the air. Few people in black suits came out from behind them, out of breath. Hey, the tallest man said, you're still our prisoners! Stop celebrating before you take it on your Pokemon! I'm afraid nobody's gonna be hurting no Pokemon, partner. A bearded man in a large cowboy hat and his fellow law enforcement officers from Three Island stepped in from the bushes. He smiled at the rockets as his loyal land snake Pokemon drew out a low dun and paralyzed the rockets under his glare. Sceptile, counter focus punch with Leaf Blade! Blaze again, use Sky Uppercut against the Aerial Ace! Ash's forest Pokemon brought his blade into Swampert's glowing fist. Swampert struggled against Sceptile for a moment, but faltered and fell as the grass type brought the blade on his opposing arm to Swampert's throat. Sceptile smiled at his easy victory. He didn't even have to drop his twig. Blaziken's glowing fist caught Arcanine right on the jaw, knocking the fire type through the air. Now, let's kick it down! May motioned. May's fire and fighting Pokemon leapt at the falling Arcanine and brought her flaming talon to the Pokemon's gut. Arcanine fell faster and tumbled across the ground, stopping short of Tucker's feet. The large Pokemon's eyes were glazed over, and she let out a whimper as Tucker called her into her ball. He soon did the same for his overpowered Swampert. He scowled. This is impossible! This thing can't happen now! He quickly ran to the back of the room and pressed a button on the far wall. The wall responded with a buzzer. What? The elevator's already been taken? Greta, curse you! Fight's over, Tucker, Ash said. You're coming with us. Tucker grit his teeth. As much as I'd hate to admit it, you're right. He raised his hands in surrender. Even the best tactician needs to know when they've lost. Annabelle ran inside the room just then. Everyone! She had a huge smile on her face. I've already rescued the Pokemon and they're on their way outside now. They grinned. That's awesome, Annabelle! But then the salon maiden looked around the room. Where's Greta? She asked, her eyes slowly overcoming with panic. She's escaped, Tucker sighed, still holding his hands up. She got away in the escape elevator. Annabelle's eyes widened, and she ran over to the wall. Oh, she didn't, Annabelle panted. I broke the elevator when I was rescuing the Pokemon. Tucker's eyes widened as well. So, Annabelle began tearing up. She pulled a Pokeball from her side. She's trapped! We have to save her! They stepped close to Ash. Are you sure we should? I mean, after all the mean stuff she did to Annabelle and the rest of the people? Ash sighed. It's Annabelle's choice. Besides, about even after all the stuff that's happened, Greta just wants to be Annabelle's friend again. Pika, the Pokemon sighed, resting in his trainer's arms. Fly, Gitafly agreed from Ash's head. Annabelle called out Metagross again, and had the Steel and Psychic type break down the elevator door. Annabelle dashed into the opening as the smoke began pouring out. Greta! Annabelle called up the elevator shaft. Can you hear me? Annie? She heard the panicking voice of her friend in the elevator. Annie, what's going on? I'm scared! The Arena Tycoon whimpered. I'm scared, Annie! Annabelle swallowed her fear. Don't worry, I'll save you. The Salon Maiden's Espeon leapt from her Pokeball and into her trainer's shoulder as Annabelle began to scale the side of the shaft. Running on adrenaline alone, Annabelle climbed up through the ever-thickening smoke and bumped her head on the elevator's bottom. Espeon, knuckle hold through with Iron Tail, she coughed. The Sun Pokemon nodded and snapped her firm appendage upward, knocking a hole in it. Come on, Greta, let's go! Greta looked down into the hole, her green eyes filled with fear. Annie, how are we gonna get down? Annabelle looked down herself, not quite realizing how far up she had climbed. She could still see the bottom through the smoke, but it was much too far down to climb or fall safely. "Climb out of the elevator!" Tucker warned from below. "Hurry!" Just then, the girls heard the metal of the elevator start to give before thick vines shot out of the wall and held the elevator up. "Come on, Greta!" Ash shouted. "Septile's gonna hold it as long as he can!" Greta swallowed her fear and climbed out the elevator and began clinging to Annabelle's back. She wrapped her arms and legs around the salon maiden's midsection, cowering behind the younger girl. "Now what?" Annabelle coughed back at the people trying to help them from the ground. "Blaziken! Jump in there and help them down!" May's voice rang clear. Her Pokemon began jumping up the wall, alternating between sides until she got to the brains. Blaziken motioned for Annabelle to climb onto her back as the Pokemon held herself up by holding onto one of Sceptile's vines with a claw. Annabelle nodded and fell onto the Pokemon's soft feathers along her back. Annabelle now did to Blaziken what Greta was doing to her. The Pokemon, however, had the reflexes and the power to fall down and not injure herself. Blaziken fell through the smoke and leapt out of the elevator shaft. When the Blaze Pokemon was clear, Sceptile released the vines and the elevator collapsed in the shaft, filling the room with smoke as it burned. "Come on," Ash shouted. "We've got to get out of here! Let's use Brock's tunnel!" "All the people we rescued were from one island," Brock explained to a certain blue-haired policewoman with as much tact as he could muster. "They said that the day had gone on normally, but then a huge army came in and loaded them into boats and snuck them into that prison." Jenny noted it down on her notepad. "I still can't believe that this entire operation was foiled by a group of kids," she said, tapping her pen to her paper. "Hey, I just happen to be the Battle Frontier champion," Ash reminded her, boosting his own ego. "I think I'd be able to handle some silly Team Rocket." "That may be, young man," Jenny said, "but you're still just a kid. From the sound of the story, you all got very lucky at some very lucky times. If just one of those miracles hadn't pulled through, I'd hate to think what could have happened." Cindy scoffed to May from behind the boys while clutching Happening in her arms. "Well, maybe little Miss Jenny needs to have her butt saved by a miracle, and then she can appreciate them more." Her Pokemon chirped in agreement. May giggled. "That's true. But I'm glad this entire experience is over. I just want to spend some alone time with Ash here, not get caught up in a huge conspiracy." "But you did a fine job, little lady," the sheriff from Sevii Islands said, stepping closer to her. He tipped his hat to Norman's daughter. "You and your friends all uncovered this whole setup. I've got a new respect for not only people from Kanto, but for people from all over." Cindy walked around May and asked, "Are you all going to be headed home to your you're all going to be headed home to your families, right?" The sheriff nodded. "That's right, little missy. And since Jenny and the rest of the folks here on 2 Islands seem to have things under control, I think it'd be best if we started moseying on home." He tipped his hat at the young ladies and walked off together as men. "Ash! May!" A blonde-haired man dashed through the crowd. Ash and his friends all turned around to see him. He dropped to his hands and knees, panting. He blinked, trying to remember the name. It was on the tip of his tongue. "Celio? Were you one of the people captured by Team Rocket?" He stood up and nodded. "Yes, and it was a terrible experience, let me assure you." Brock stopped around to Ash and raised his eyebrows. "Who are you again?" "I'm Celio," he sighed. "I build network machines." Brock snapped his fingers. "Ah, I remember now. Ash May told me about you." Ash looked around. "Hey, guys, have you seen Annabelle? I mean, without her, we might not have won today." May's head snapped up, and an incredibly angry look came over her face. "That's right," she fumed. "And I need to talk to her about why it's wrong to kiss other people's boyfriends!" "Oh boy," Cindy sighed. Tappity chirped and smiled as the Pokemon coordinator stormed off. "Ash," Brock said, "it might help if you go with her." Ash laughed. "No thanks, Brock," he said, rubbing behind Pikachu's ears. "We've had enough adventure today." Yes, you're right, no more racism! Yay! But oh, okay, so it was a 2v2 because Red ran a ring. Makes sense. So I'll just say this RK9 has Intimidate, not Flashfire then. Yeah, probably. After all, she intimidated May, right? So, you're probably right as Intimidate. You know, one of the most broken abilities in Pokemon. Heh. Please, miss, Annabelle said, pleading with the officer. I'll take full responsibility for her. She committed a crime, you know. Jenny leaned against the back of the squad car that held Greta and Tucker inside. I know, but please, release her to me. May was storming up behind the frontier brain, but stopped to hear what Annabelle was doing. She felt her anger dissolve into pity, and started feeling sorry for the misfortunes that the lavender-haired girl had gone through so far. Maybe I shouldn't yell at her, she thought out loud. Jenny shrugged. I have no reason to release a dangerous criminal to you, miss. That'd be foolishness. May stepped up. But without Annabelle, we'd never have been able to save everyone. She's a hero. Can't you do her just one favor? Jenny sighed. All right, I'll let her go with you. But only the girl and only because you're a hero. Annabelle's face grew into a wide smile. Thank you so much, Officer Jenny. You're welcome, she sighed. She opened the car door and Greta sighed and pulled her out. You're free to go with your friends, Greta. What about me? Tucker whined from his seat. You'll be the cell ace from now on, she said, slamming the door in his face. Tucker visibly shrunk and fell over in the car. Oh, I love that. I love that interaction so much. Like, hey, at least she's booking somebody, right? And while in Blaze Kick wouldn't have worked if it was Flashfire. That too, yes. But, you know. Honestly, yeah, that is true, actually. That would have raised Arcanine's special attack, right? Or is it regular attack? I don't remember which stat specifically. Annie, Greta stammered, not being able to look her in the eye. You wanted me free? Annabelle nodded. Greta looked up, her jade eyes full of tears. And after all the mean things I've done to you? We're friends, Greta, Annabelle replied. I'm not gonna hold a grudge with my best friend. Greta flung her arms around Annabelle and began hugging the girl tightly. Thank you, Annie, she cried as she picked Annabelle off the ground. I'm so sorry for what I did back there. You're forgiven, Annabelle choked. Please, you're crushing my lungs. Greta flushed with embarrassment and put Annabelle down. Sorry. Annabelle snickered. It's cool, you're fine. May, Annabelle, and Greta headed back over to Ash, who was watching Brock and Celio talk about girls. Doris had joined the group, and eyed Happiny as an uneasy Cindy protectively clutched her Pokemon. Well, gang's all here, Annabelle greeted everyone. What are we gonna do now? A large roar came from the stomachs of two specific individuals. I'm starved! Let's eat! Ash and May both cried out at the same time. Brock stifled a laugh. Well, at least one thing hasn't changed. Ash, his friends, and their Pokemon all had a good laugh as they headed for the Two-Island Pokemon Center. The sun set behind them as they entered the building, and Ash and May began racing to the cafeteria. Brock rolled his eyes, and Doris laughed as Cindy tried to play catch-up with the couple. Celio ogled Greta from a distance, but she was too busy talking to Annabelle about what happened. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves, Annabelle halted her. I'm sure everyone else wants to hear this too. Alright, and I think this is a good opportunity to end the stream there. It has been 4 hours, and we ended it on, a good note. We did a lot today. We resolved the cliffhanger, got into like a huge battle against Team Rocket and some of the Frontier Brains. Got Greta over to their side. And, arrested Tucker. And now they're all enjoying themselves at the Pokemon Center. Better than how it ended last night. Yeah, Okay, Aiden. Admit it. The release was satisfying. It made the experience so much better, didn't it? It made it so much better, right? Okay, they weren't fully corrupt, but we still don't know why they were with Team Rocket or where the other two active brains are. True, that is true. But, you know, that is a mystery for another day as they, you know, all catch up and rest their weary bones. It was satisfying, yes, but you're still... It was worth it! It was worth it! It was worth it! Okay. Alright, so... Yeah, so I think that is a great place to end it. It's not a cliffhanger this time. And... it ends on a nice resolution. But... that's not to say the story is over, of course. Oh no. There's still a lot of questions left unanswered, and well, as PikamasterADV said earlier, it's always calmest before the storm. And that was just a prelude to what's to happen. Of what's to transpire. Alright, but I will let everyone go. I don't think I'm gonna raid out tonight. I kind of just want to relax, stream, hang out in the Pikachu server, maybe play Overwatch because, oh boy! But next time on Mochi Storytime, we continue reading Final Frontier and start Chapter 17, Food Flight. So hopefully I will see you all there, especially you though, Aiden, because you need to absorb this with your eyeballs and ears. Thanks for the stream, my guy. It was awesome as always. Thank you, Aiden. You were a part of what made it so awesome, though, my friend. And I speak the truth. But yes, yeah, already know I'm gonna be there. Oh yeah, baby! I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I love it when people are engaging with the story and they're just really like into it, you know. I love it when a story that I'm telling is engaging somebody. It's just, I love it. And also, I'm just having a lot of fun reading the story. The story is significantly better when you're reading it aloud, actually. When you're reading it to yourself, it does show its age and like how choppy it is and like how like, you know, some stuff sounds, but it's actually surprisingly easy to sort of like, you know, hide that by just changing my cadence somewhat, you know, reading more slowly, adding some beats here and there to add some suspense. But yeah. No, stop. No. I'm keeping going. I'm on a roll, man. All right, but anyway, yes. So I will end stream here, and I will let you all go. So again, next time on Mochi Storytime, we will see what is in store for our heroes as they catch up and eat and, you know, catch up with events and then see what happens. Certainly, some things have not resolved. So, I'll see y'all then. Take care, everybody.